tonight's meeting, we take a moment to reflect that this evening we gather on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize their responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. And now I would invite you to join us and stand as you're able for the singing of our national anthem. And as usual, we will be the choir. It's been moved by Councillor Davey that the minutes of the regular meeting held December 16th and the special meetings held December 16th and January 13th as mailed to the mayor and councillors be accepted. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? There being none, I'll request that all of the communications listed be referred as listed on the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? That too is carried. And we don't have any presentations, but we have a number of delegations. First, we'll begin with notice. Notice has been given for any member of the public to speak for or against a bylaw to name private roads within a vacant land condominium development located at 124 Seabrook Drive as Progress Crescent, Vitality Drive, Wellness Avenue, and Visionary Avenue, listed as items 11A to 14A. Is anybody here to speak to this item? Is anybody here to speak to this item? Asking a third time, is anybody here to speak to the item of these road namings? If not, we'll come back to them later on then when we deal with them under committee of the whole. Our next delegation is Judith Stevens-Wells, here with respect to CAO Report 19-017 on the Committee of the Whole agenda. Welcome, Ms. Wells, or Stevens-Wells.
Thank you very much, Mayor Verbanovic and members of council. As the mayor has suggested, I'm here to speak to our work plan for 2020. And as a little background to it, I just wanted to highlight some of the accomplishments of Compass Kitchener over the 2019 year. It gives you a little context for what we'll be doing in 2020. So we welcomed a number of new members in January of 2019. We've completed the chair, vice chair, and member orientation and training. On January 24th, 2019, working with the city's corporate leadership team, we jointly hosted a collaborative workshop for members of all the citizen advisory committees. And the purpose of that meeting was to gather feedback on draft goals and possible choice actions to inform the development of the strategic plan covering 2019 to 2022, and also to ensure that community priorities were being addressed in the new strategic plan. Then on April 1st of 2019, Compass Kitchener presented to Council a comprehensive review of the business plans from 2015 to 2018. And our intent there was to assess the city's performance in implementing the 2015 to 2018 strategic plan and to provide recommendations that would improve the relationship between business plans and the strategic plan, which have now been incorporated by staff in developing the 2020 business plan and the 2019 to 2022 strategic plan. In September, Compass Kitchener supported the launch of the strategic plan, and then in keeping with Compass Kitchener's desire to establish at the outset of this new strategic plan the criteria to be used in assessing progress relative to that plan, we have worked collaboratively with the city's corporate leadership team to develop parameters that we'll use in assessing progress relative to the new plan. In November of 2019, we hosted a collaborative workshop, again open to all the members of all the citizen advisory committees, to gain feedback on the strategic plan evaluation priorities, and also to provide a forum to share what each committee is working on or will be working on to support the implementation of the new 2019 to 2022 strategic plan. And finally, we worked on the drafting of the work plan that's before you this evening. In terms of our 2020 work plan, there were really three key priorities. And I guess as I'm speaking to this, I would also perhaps comment on a shift that you may have perceived over the last year in Compass Kitchener's focus on trying to integrate the work between the strategic plan and the business plan, being very eager to see criteria developed at the very beginning of the new strategic plan to use in measuring it. That's not always been the case in the past, and we think that will serve Compass Kitchener and Council and the community really well. And there's also been a real shift in terms of the way we are making use of the twice yearly meetings that we hold. Normally one is with the chairs and vice chairs and the other is with all the members of all the advisory committees. This past year we broke a little with that tradition and both our meetings were with all the members of all the committees, but we thought that was really helpful in drawing on their input through consultation and facilitated discussions that would help with the plan and with our plans to evaluate progress. So looking to the next year, our key priorities are number one, to finalize the evaluation criteria for the 2019 to 2022 strat plan. Those will be coming forward to our meeting at the very beginning of February, and we hope to then, having finalized them as Compass Kitchener, we'll send them to Council for your information. Secondly, the Citizens Report Card, and this will be our first round of trying out the use of these evaluation criteria that we've developed. So we'll be looking at evaluating implementation of the first year of the new strat plan. And lastly, we want to continue to build on the communication and collaboration between the advisory committees, bringing them together to really draw on their expertise and ensure that the concerns they're dealing with we're aware of as we look at evaluation of how we're progressing with the plan. So you have before you a plan that really outlines very similar schedule of activities to what we've done in the past. We're submitting our work plan to you this evening. We will do 2 meetings over the course of the year, one involving chairs and vice chairs, the other involving all the members of all the advisory committees, and we will deliver to Council a citizen report card. Are there any questions?
There are at least one, but before I open the floor, just want to take this opportunity to thank you and the entire Compass Kitchener Committee for the great work that you continue to do on behalf of all of us here on Council. It's very much appreciated, and look forward to seeing what will transpire in the coming months as well. So with that, Councillor Marsh, you have some questions.
Well, I don't have any questions. I just, the mayor has already thanked you, and I also, that was where I was heading. I just want to say this is music to my ears to hear about the alignment of evaluation metrics being a part of the business planning process near the beginning, and your work, along with many others in previous years, has really brought us to this point, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done. Please pass that along on behalf of all of council. Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Those are all the questions we have.
Can I add one comment, and that is to say we're really delighted in developing our criteria to have had a chance to work really closely with the corporate leadership team. We developed a first run of what we thought the criteria should be, looking at some very straightforward quantitative measures, but also trying to find a qualitative measure in each of the 25 actions under the strategic plan. We brainstormed, but we then had a chance to have a dialogue with the corporate leadership team to gain feedback on how easy to accomplish those might be, to offer suggestions on where we could strengthen some of those. It's been a wonderful working partnership, and we're really looking forward to finalizing the criteria and trying them out. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Okay. Our next delegation, Ms. Marlene and Paul Bowman, have withdrawn, but they have submitted written comments. So we'll deal with that item as part of the normal agenda. And then our next delegation is Grant Vickers. Is Mr. Vickers here?
Yeah. Well,
Welcome, Mr. Vickers.
thanks for taking me. I was going to leave because I spoke to the clerk and I made it clear that I wanted to be up here first and then gone.
Oh,
So,
okay.
no-
Apologies if
No,
there was
no.
some misunderstandings.
No, that's fine and dandy. I'm here now. You let me up here now. She sent me the information about affordable housing.
The needs assessment?
Yeah, I read over it and it didn't really register to me. So if you wouldn't mind, in short form, telling me what it means, a quick win. I'm not too sure what that means. It almost sounds like, you know, when you read the Bible, it's thou, thee, that. It just, if you wouldn't mind clarifying that.
Sure. So the needs assessment was done as part of the research work that's necessary so that we could look at an inclusionary bylaw for the city of Kitchener, and also so that we could see better understand all of the issues around affordable housing, and so that our advisory group that's looking at this issue can make some recommendations to council over the next few months. So that report was done over a couple months, and it had a lot of informative work about the scope of the problem. I'd say if I had to summarize it, it would have summarized in a manner that the nature of the problem is greater than I think most of us. We knew there were significant issues,
Right.
but we know that the issues are actually bigger than what we probably thought earlier on. Certainly we can get more detail for you if that would be helpful, and even have staff connect with you after that, after tonight, if that would help, Mr. Vickers.
Okay, and the big chunk of money too, what, is that over a couple years that would come in?
So at this point, it's really not talking about specific dollars.
Okay.
What it's talking about is what the need is. So the report
Right. Okay.
suggests that we need between 250 and 750 units of supportive housing. It indicates that we need several thousand units of social housing, so highly subsidized housing, and then we need even more than that in terms of what we'll call affordable housing for those that are working but are spending more than 30% of their income on affordable housing. It's recommended that people shouldn't be spending more than 30% of their gross income, and in Kitchener that percentage, and somebody help me here, I think was 13.5%, if I remember correctly in the report, are actually spending more than 30% of their income on housing. So it means we have a fair bit of work to do together with our partners at the region and at the province and federal government.
Okay, I'm not too sure who was on Mike Farwell's show a couple of weeks ago when a female city councilwoman brought up the idea that they came up with this number figure of affordable housing being 1,500. And I found out that there's certain individuals, they get OW, they get 850, and then ODSP, they get 1350.
Right.
Oh, so you kind of knew that? Okay.
No, so what the report, I think, talked about was what the going market rate is for 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms and so on. Certainly, we know that those that are on ODSP and other forms of provincial financial subsidy, aren't obviously aren't getting enough through that in order to pay those rents, and that's why it's so important to have subsidized housing to assist those individuals.
Okay, and as a citizen of Kitchener, how can someone help you guys out in this way? Is there like a community outside of the city council that you've kind of looking at, or no?
So if you actually turn right behind you, the staff person, Ms. Cooper,
Okay.
who actually was the staff person responsible for the report, maybe she can talk to you and connect with you to see how you can help and also how we can keep getting information to you.
Okay, we're done then. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you for coming in this evening. Okay, with that then, that takes us through our delegations, and we'll move on to the reports of the committees. And we'll start with the Audit Committee, and Councillor Davey, I believe you have that one?
I do. Thank you. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Gazzola that the 2 items in the Audit Committee be adopted.
She got on the board, she was on, yeah, okay. Don't worry, you're good. Sorry, thanks, Councillor Davey, and sorry, who seconded that? Councillor Gazzola, thank you very much. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Heritage Kitchener, I believe Councillor Gazzola, no, Councillor Chapman. No, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that your Heritage Kitchener Committee recommends as follows: that the draft bylaws circulated to the Heritage Kitchener Committee on December the 3rd, 2019, be enacted to amend Chapter 642, Heritage Property Consent Alterations of the City of Kitchener Municipal Code regarding delegation of the power to consent to alterations to property designated under Part 4 or Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as outlined in Development Services Department Report DSD-19-273. And I'd like to make a comment concerning the recommendation.
Okay, if you want to go ahead.
Yeah, the recommendation actually deals with the delegating of more authority to staff, even though staff at this time, I think, already have the authority to deal with, 60 to 75% of the of what comes before them without coming to committee or coming to council, so as to move forward fairly quickly. Staff were of the feeling that even more time could be saved, perhaps in the future. It was not clear to everyone at the committee. There were 3 members of council on the committee, all who voted against this recommendation. I for one, voted against it because I felt that there was already enough delegation being given to staff over the last number of years. We have done so many things, not just in this area, but in many areas, and delegating more and more authority to staff. And it is of concern to me. I know I mentioned we're seeing more and more of the public wanting to become engaged. We see it in a lot of planning issues, and there are a number of issues that are decided in planning by staff, and council have no authority and can make no change. And we're facing a couple of those already that are actually being deferred this evening. The other point I wanted to make was that by going through some of this, sometimes, and it's not a time-consuming thing, but periodically, and spending time dealing with these issues, the committee members who are new almost every 2 or 3 years learn a great deal, learn a lot about heritage and what things that are it is important to be looking out for. And so it's every one of these that come is a bit of a staff training program for the people on the committee. So in doing away with the few things that we deal with now, it really deprives those individuals of really contributing as much as they could. And so I didn't support it. It was a very close vote. The vote, I think, was something like 6-5. And there is, in my mind, really a question with the tiebreaker, who was totally new on the committee, actually was late for the meeting, really didn't have an opportunity to really get into what the discussion was, but was a turning vote. So I think other members of the committee might also want to comment.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I agree with what Councillor Gazzola has just said, but I also wanted to add, well, first as a new member, by reviewing the different applications that come forward, it really has been a very important learning process for me, and I would hate to see that removed, because I think every case is unique and specific to its own build form. But I also wanted to point out that if increased delegated authority were to be given to staff, this removes the public from the process, because it doesn't give the public the opportunity to even know that these applications are submitted, or give them a venue to come and speak to the committee and council at a later date if the need be. So I can't accept the motion as it's being presented to us, and I think I don't know if I have to I don't know what I have to say, but I'd like to propose that we keep the status quo as it is and reject Okay, I don't know what to say. But
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. At this point, this is a recommendation from committee, so we would need to deal with this recommendation. If it's council's will not to approve it, then obviously it's council's prerogative to vote against it.
Right.
And then I would entertain a different motion if that was the case.
Okay.
Yes. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also voted against this at committee. I concur with everything that Councillor Gazzola and Councillor Chapman said, and I want to add that I think this was brought to us because the staff were looking to create efficiencies so things wouldn't get held up so long. So when someone comes and puts in an application, it doesn't get held up, it moves forward. Well, if they're doing 60%, I think it's 60% of the applications, I think that this is enough of a delegation of authority for staff for now, and I'm hoping that efficiencies can be made on the back end, not at the cost of the community and people on the committee having a say in it. And as well, what Councillor Chapman said, I'm new to this committee as well, and it is a learning curve, and you do learn a lot by going through the processes. So I would not support this. Should I make a motion?
Okay, there's still other speakers. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, I have a question to staff.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is regards to, so what exactly are we giving delegated authority to? Is this about applicants looking to replace windows and removing the red tape?
Mr. Benselsel?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So typically, applications that are processed through delegated approval are minor applications. So things like repairs, things that are in keeping with good conservation practice or that clearly meet the guidelines in a heritage district plan.
So in other words, if they're meeting the guidelines, then there's really no need for this further discussion and further input.
Mr. Bensasson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. From staff's perspective, if they meet the guidelines, they're doing work that is in keeping with good conservation practice, and our recommendation would be approval. There were members of the committee when this was discussed, which indicated that they felt that it was a learning experience for them to kind of at least see all applications kind of go through, even the minor ones.
Okay.
Mr. Reedman, you wanted to add something?
Through the chair, so my understanding is that for these types of applications, it would reduce about 4 weeks out of the process for people who are looking to make minor modifications that are in keeping with the process. So really this is meant to improve customer service. It was part of a body of work that was authorized by council, including the sign and fence variance and other planning processes that take a longer amount of time than necessary. And so I believe this is about maybe 10% of all applications that we receive that would be delegated to staff.
Okay. So in other words, would residents still have a time to look at these applications? There's a way for them to look at these applications, correct?
Mr. Mayor, the question is whether the residents have the. So the residents are always would be coming to the meeting if it was discussed at Heritage Kitchener. But if it was dealt with through delegated approval, we'd be working directly with the applicant, with the resident.
Okay. So in other words, completely minor. That's all I want to emphasize. These are completely minor issues that we're dealing with here.
That's right. These are considered minor applications. So there's criteria in the bylaw which determines when an application should go to the Heritage Committee for consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ioannidis' questions helped to answer some of mine, and my focus was really the fact that these would be minor applications. Beyond that, Leon, when would you say, as an example, where something that came through the committee to council and council did not support a minor application to do some of the things that typically now the process, which takes added 4 weeks and has to come before council, in some cases can be longer than 4 weeks because it has to align with council schedules as well, that it was turned down by council or altered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't think of a situation where a minor application was denied by council. Typically, if delegated approval happens in 2 ways. So for individually designated properties, they all go to the Heritage Committee for consideration. And if the committee's vote is to approve the application, and that vote is unanimous, then council has delegated the approval authority to staff to approve that. It doesn't have to wait to go to council. Mm-hmm. So that's one example. The other example is if the property is made for if the application is made for a property in a heritage district, then staff have the ability to approve that without it going to the Heritage Committee. Right. Or in the same way as the Part 4s, if the application does go to the committee and it's recommended for approval, then we can approve it through delegated approval without it going to council. In the cases that I'm familiar with, it was only the controversial, highly complex applications that made their way to council. Right. And I would add that delegated approval does not apply to demolitions, and it does not apply to recommendations of a refusal.
Or major alterations as well?
Or major alterations.
Good. And that was going to be my second question, really, where the concern may lie. I'll just ring back in for my comment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor. Lots of Councillor Michaud, Cazzola, and Chapman. Do you have questions or comments? Comments? Councillor Gazzola, comments? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Gazzola.
Given my comments, I hear this 4-week thing that's been thrown out now. That it's amazing in this world when you repeat something often enough. In the last several years, how many 4-week delays have we had? I take that as silence. I move on. Thank you.
No, Mr. Bensasson?
I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, the question was how
How
many?
many times have people had to wait 4 weeks?
So the average time to process a heritage permit application that has to go to Heritage Kitchener and Council is about 6 weeks. That's the amount of time that it takes to go through the application, review it, prepare a staff report, circulate the staff report to the committee, and then have the committee meeting. So that typically takes 6 weeks from the time that the application is complete.
Is that it, Councillor Gazzola? Okay, just to clarify then, the delegation to staff would mean it doesn't need to wait to go to committee and it doesn't need to wait to go to council, correct?
Yes,
Sorry.
that's correct. So the processing time for an application that is dealt with by delegated approval where it doesn't have to go to the Heritage Committee is typically less than 10 days.
Where it doesn't need to go to the...
Where it doesn't go to the Heritage Committee, it's processed with less than 10 days. If it has to go to the Heritage Committee and be scheduled for the agenda on the Heritage Kitchener, then the average time is about 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks.
And is it fair to say that in the summer season, which is when most people would probably do their renovations because of the council gap, the wait could get as long as probably 8 or 9 weeks?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Is there a scenario where it's delegated to staff, but if the applicant isn't satisfied with the response, that they could still appeal it to committee or council?
So the only scenario where it's dealt with through delegated approval is when the application is being recommended for approval. So typically the applicant will be happy with that. The other thing that I should add is that there is a checks and balance that is built into the delegated approval process, whereby if staff believes an application should be processed through delegated approval and not have to go to the Heritage Committee, we do contact the Heritage District representative who sits on Heritage Committee, and in the absence of having a representative, then the ward councillor, to make sure that they're also in favor of it going through delegated approval. So if the rep does not believe it should be processed through delegated approval or the ward councillor, then it goes to the Heritage Committee.
Okay, so that's sort of the check and balance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go into comments then. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this delegated authority, as I said earlier, you have 60%. I think it's a very slippery slope if we start losing control as a committee. And I'm not saying we have to, stop everything, but I use an example, and I think there's lots of improvements to be made in the Heritage Committee and in staff in general. And I'll use the church on Durham Ave as an example. That church was torn down and nobody knew about it. And until after it was torn down, is in public and even the committee, I believe. So that's just one example. I know that wasn't on, I know that's an old record that everybody says was lost, but I'm going to use that as an example that if we start giving delegated authority, that much delegated authority to staff, the committee is losing somewhat control of maintaining risking the maintaining certain heritage designated properties. And I just think that it's a slippery slope, and I would really encourage my fellow councillors to support us not to support this for now.
So, okay, Councillor Michaud, I just want to clarify, the example that you gave is not one that would be subject to delegated authority. A demolition would require going to the committee and would require coming to council. I think the circumstances that you're talking about are different, and it's not part of the issue we're dealing with. What we're talking about today is purely minor kinds of applications, such as changes to windows, those kinds of things.
I think that's, and minor as in the bylaw, what the bylaw reads, but who's to say that something's not going to get passed through in a property where perhaps windows, the staff thinks the certain windows are okay to go up, but maybe the committee wouldn't think that style of windows are appropriate for that building. We're giving the staff the authority to change the look of a designated heritage property.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify on the issue of demolition. Your other arguments, you're certainly entitled to those. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just for my comments, surprised with some of the comments already around this. I think a lot of the basis of this is on fear, but that's not the case. If you look at it in the context of delegated authority, the Citizen Committee does already have delegated authority that this council has given to them to make these decisions on our behalf. And we're just furthering and quickening that process and giving that delegated authority to staff who come from a professional context, knowing our policies and guidelines laid out by the Heritage Committee as well as council, and make informed decisions on the right course and recommendation of approving or not approving. One thing that we have to give strong consideration on is the fact 10 weeks is a long time. We talk about losing control, and we can't lose sight of the homeowner losing control. We're telling homeowners in the city of Kitchener who may be in a heritage district, who may have a heritage designated property or listed property, to take extra care and diligence in protecting that heritage and to go through certain processes. Well, we also owe a certain sense of responsibility onto ourselves to ensure that it's a fair process, that we have policies in place that allows our staff to give the appropriate consideration. And if something can be sped up, then why not? 10 weeks is way too long. And that's on the summer months, or it could be even 4 to 6 weeks. Well, let's just say even 4 to 6 weeks is way too long when we're talking about minor applications and applications that would have been supported by staff already. I put faith on staff's professionalism and their ability to make the right informed decision on these very minor applications and ensure that we reduce the red tape. This council and the previous council term focus on its commitment to reduce red tape. I think this is a continuation of that endeavor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbanovic. Yeah, I have very similar comments along with Councillor Singh. Based on my time on Heritage Kitchener, I really didn't see much value in debating on what windows to put in when staff already come with a recommendation with their expertise and what windows are needed to be placed in. To me, it seemed very redundant. And in addition, if anyone who is looking to change their windows and is even going through this process, I'm pretty sure they're already conscious enough to wanting to do the right thing to begin with. Otherwise, they would just do it without telling anybody and change the windows. So to me, it seems like from 6 or 10 weeks or whatever it is, we do have a very short time limit when it comes to for residents to wanting to even, let's say, replace windows as an example, or do some kind of form of minor details on the outside. It gives them a small window to do that. And again, I think too, when you're dealing with these types of properties, you're just not dealing with regular individuals. You're dealing with specialists in those trades who deal with properties and with heritage as well. So I think there's a lot more work to it than just that's done prior that doesn't really need to come to our level to to look at, and to me, it makes no sense. And again, with the way this council and the priorities have been set, we are been looking for efficiencies, and with our Love My Hood and everything else to get rid of red tape, which is what we heard loud and clear in those initiatives, and this is just one aspect of that as well. So I see no concerns with this at all, and that's why I emphasized, are these minor for the staff, and staff has mentioned it's minor. Those types of applications that Councillor Michaud has mentioned would never come to that as far as sneak through. So I think this is a really wise decision by staff.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I just want to say that I do have great respect for staff. I don't lack confidence in their professional opinion or their abilities to do the work that they do. And I don't fear any of what's being said here, or my actions are not because of some fear. But I do think one thing that I recall talked about at the Heritage Committee meeting was a concern of how you classify something as complex versus minor, because we don't have a shopping list that details either complex or minor variations or changes to a heritage building. So, and I think it was pointed out to us in the report that in some cities they actually have a list that details what they would consider minor and what they would consider complex. So we're not talking about that on this occasion, because it's, the proposal is to not come up with a list of what would be minor, what would be complex. So I think those of us in the committee that wanted to keep the status quo did so in light of that sort of thing. Like complexity versus minor can be a very subjective thing. And, you know, to keep the discussion, one of you, I don't know if it was Councillor Ioannidis, mentioned the debate. Well, if there's debate around the Heritage Committee table, then that means it's important. Because if it's not debated and it's not discussed, then it's just gone silent. So I think there is virtue to keeping these things. I mean, more than 60% is already done through delegated authority, and I don't think anybody around that table objects to that or has a concern with that. But it seems to be working well. So why fix what's not broken?
Councillor Marsh.
I'm just a little confused by the discussion, because if I may ask a question of staff at this point.
Go ahead.
So I'm hearing from members of the Heritage Committee 60% is already delegated authority, and I'm also hearing that there's a question mark about how we decide on minor versus complex. And I wonder if staff could speak to what is the proposed bylaw changing? What percent would we see delegated authority now, if this were to pass?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the percentage change. So what staff did is we looked back at the last 5 years at our applications, and we typically process around 30 to 35 applications per year. And we looked for examples where applications went to the Heritage Committee, but where there was no discussion or very little discussion, and where the recommendation for approval was unanimous. And what we found was that there was a pattern in that the same types of applications were coming up. So the criteria in the bylaw which determines when an application has to go to the Heritage Committee includes criteria such as the application is highly complex, it is an application that has high sensitivity, those types of things. There's some subjectivity to those types of existing criteria, and staff use their professional judgment in evaluating that. But the criteria also includes ones that say that if an application is made for property that is identified as a Group A property in the Heritage District Plan, which is a highly significant property, or if the recommendation of approval includes a special condition, like we want a test panel created so that we could see the mortar in place, that also automatically has to go to the Heritage Committee. And the applications that we reviewed where there was no discussion and a unanimous recommendation of approval were typically for Group A, minor applications made for Group A properties. The ones that had to go to the Heritage Committee because they were Group A, even though the application and the work was minor. So those are the ones that we're targeting. So the minor changes that we're suggesting be made to the bylaw is to remove the criteria that if it's a Group A property, it automatically has to go to the Heritage Committee, and also remove the other criterion that says that if there's a special condition of approval, that it automatically means that it has to go to the Heritage Committee. Those are the ones that we're suggesting be removed. It doesn't mean that if an application is made for a Group A property, it won't go to the committee, because if it's a major alteration, it will go to the committee. But it means that staff can use their judgment and that it doesn't have to go to the committee.
Okay, and has staff considered creating a template of sorts or a guideline to make sure everyone on the committee is clear about what constitutes complex versus minor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think we can have a further discussion with the committee so that the committee is familiar and comfortable with the types of examples of ones that would be considered major and ones that would be considered minor. But we definitely got a sense, just because there was really no discussion of these types of applications, we would consider that type of application to be one signal that it is minor, and that there was no controversy, no fear on behalf of the committee members that the application was inappropriate. The other point to your question that I can answer is in terms of changes, in terms of how many more applications might be processed through delegated approval through these changes, it would be relatively minor. So right now we do maybe 60 to 65%. And there were only maybe 1 or 2 examples per year that we thought could also be added in being processed through delegated approval. So that percentage might go from 60 to maybe 70%, or from 65 to maybe 75%.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Reedman, you want to add something?
Through the mayor, Mr. Benson made a point earlier that I want to make sure isn't missed, so that there is a check and balance when it goes to delegated authority. So when there's a Heritage Kitchener rep for that district that these types of applications come in, it would be checked with them just to make sure they're in consent that it's a minor application as well. And where there isn't that person, it's the ward councillor. So there is still a check and balance in that process for those minor applications.
Councillor Schneider?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a big fan of engagement, and we ask citizens to join our advisory committees, and from sitting on them, I've learned so much from having these people be part of these committees and seeing their views and their expertise be put to use. And I know we're talking about minor items, but I would imagine that learning from these minor decisions and the philosophies used to make these smaller decisions, they could benefit the members of the committee when they're making larger decisions. So if these are deemed to be minor processes, perhaps we can speed up the process outside of the Heritage Committee. So if it does go to still go to the Heritage Committee, perhaps staff can speed up things outside of that if it's just a minor decision.
Okay, I think as we heard from Mr. Benson, so staff do what they need to do within about 10 days, if I understood correctly. The issue is scheduling the meeting of the committee, which happens on a monthly basis, and then the gap between when the committee meets and when council meets, and that's what really is the brunt of the 6 to 8, 9+ weeks that we're talking about. Councillor Gazzola for the last word. I'll make them after. Okay, I'm happy to let you have the last word. I will be supporting the recommendation coming from the committee. I understand where some of the members of council are coming from here, but as a council, we've also made a commitment to try to make the approval process for projects, particularly small projects in the community, more seamless. And I think the weight that a minor application for changing a door or changing a window, seeing the kinds of timeframes that we're talking about, is quite frankly, in my view, unnecessary. And I may be of a different opinion if the check and balance that Mr. Benson talked about wasn't in place. But we have criteria that staff use, and then we have a situation where either the Heritage Committee rep from that district or the ward councillor have the ability to say no if they disagree with staff. And so between those two, I think, quite frankly, we're covered off. And I'm willing to support it for those reasons. Councillor Michaud, you've already. Okay, go ahead.
With regards to the person on the committee or the councillor seeing the documents, the application, is that for every process, or is it what staff deems necessary for someone in the ward to see, or the ward councillor?
Mr. Benson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the way the process works is that if we are processing an application, and in our review we believe that that application can be processed through delegated approval, then we contact the Heritage District representative who represents that Heritage District, and we circulate them the details of the application, and we indicate why we think it could be processed through delegated approval, and we ask whether they are in agreement or not.
And is there representation on every Heritage District that we have?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, where we don't have a representative, and currently we don't have representatives in all of our Heritage Districts, in the absence of a representative, then we contact the ward councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola for the last word.
Yeah, I think we've wasted more time here tonight and at 2 committee meetings than we're ever going to save in the next 20 years.
It's a democracy.
But no, it's my
fine.
I'm just telling you,
Okay.
we're so interested in cutting red tape. I think here, I don't think there's need for streamlining at council and streamlining at committee. Perhaps the streamlining needs to be looked at the process that staff goes through when they get into these things, and they reach out to every Tom, Dick, and Harry for their input into it. So I would ask council to support your 3 members of council, and the buck stops with us. And even if we're wrong, we're the ones that are accountable for this.
Okay, so a recorded vote has been called. So the recommendation before us is the one coming from the committee, which is to allow for delegated authority to occur.
For the changes?
Mr. Benson?
Sorry, just for clarification, is for changes to be made to the existing delegated approval bylaw.
Right, but to allow in these circumstances that we've just talked about for the last while.
Yes.
Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion doesn't carry. Is there another motion that somebody wants to bring forward? Status quo? Okay. Okay, that's fine. Sorry? Yeah, well, I was just asking if somebody wanted to. They certainly had the prerogative to do that. We'll move on to Community Infrastructure Services Committee. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yes, it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider that the 7 recommendations on the Community Infrastructure Services Committee be accepted, including number 4, that be approved, and the amendments that number 7 is as amended, and we all have the internal memo that gives us more up-to-date information from what we had in our package. So number 7 is as amended.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey?
Thank you. No questions or comment. I'd just like to vote on item number 5 separately.
Okay. So I'll deal with items 1 through 4 and numbers 6 and 7. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then item number 5 pertaining to St. George Street in Benton. Sure. So recorded vote for number 5. Councillor Gazzola, if you can vote, please. Those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Moving on then to Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee. Councillor Marsh.
It has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman that the report of the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee be adopted.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. I'd just like to vote on item number 2 separately and just a very brief comment on that if I could.
Okay, if you want to make your comment?
Yeah, sure. It's just wanted to be clear that I'm going to be voting against this, not because I want to see this get approved, but because I don't want to see it get referred. I would be comfortable not approving it at this point.
Sorry, because?
Because I'm comfortable not approving the zone change at this point in time instead of referring it. So I'm basically just saying I'm voting against this.
Okay. So I'll deal with number 1 then. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Number 2, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, that takes us through the committees. We'll now move on to unfinished business. New business. Councillor Davey, you have a motion you'd like to bring forward.
I do. I will read it, and I'm happy to comment at the end.
Yep.
Whereas in 2018, the Ontario government announced it would appoint 2 special advisors to review 8 regional municipalities, Simcoe County and their lower tier municipalities, to ensure that the upper and lower tier municipalities in these geographic areas are efficient and accountable to their residents and businesses. And whereas in 2019, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing received the complete report from the special advisors. And whereas in October 2019, the minister announced the regional review was complete and made available $143 million to municipalities to help them lower costs and improve services for local residents. And further, whereas the Ontario government has declined to make the final regional review report available to the public, therefore be it resolved that the Ontario government be urged to release the final report to the public in order for municipalities to make informed decisions regarding service delivery improvements. Be it further resolved that if the Ontario government does not wish to release the full and complete report, that specific recommendations and comments contained in the final report be provided to those municipalities affected. Be it finally resolved that this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Premier of Ontario, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the local members of Provincial Parliament, and to the 8 regional municipalities, Simcoe County, and the lower tier municipalities included in the regional review.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Okay, sorry, I thought he said that, but... Oh. Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm trying to really understand the purpose of what you're driving at here. I'm not sure I'd like to hear what you're intending to accomplish. One of the questions is we want to be able to make informed decisions regarding service delivery improvements. Can we not continue to do that without hearing from whatever that report said? If we hear what it said, what is it? What can we do with it? What can we accomplish?
Councillor Davey?
Yeah, so it's difficult to respond to how we would respond to the issues. We don't know what's been raised and what's been discovered. I think the reality is there's information here that the taxpayers have funded, and it's information that I think could be of significant use to us and could guide their future level of governance.
You still have the floor, Councillor Gazzola. Oh, you're done? Okay. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, and I will speak in favor of this motion. Months and months were spent, and lots of money, preparing this report and interviewing people across the province, and I think that there could be I'm quite sure actually that there's some great ideas in there about ways that we can be better working together. This report does not belong to the government. I believe that this report belongs to the people and that we have a right to see this report and to see what ideas are in it that could be used in our community. So I'm fully in support of this motion.
Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just say quickly, if I could, when the idea of the regional review first came out, I was a little bit worried, a little bit excited at the same time. I think it's something that hasn't been looked at here, and I don't really recall ever. I recall some of us that first ran the 2010 election. There was comments, or there was really a referendum on whether we should even be, discuss the idea of amalgamation with our neighbors to the north. And as some may recall, the majority of Kitchener residents favored that, whereas Waterloo did not. That's not necessarily what this report's about. We don't know because it hasn't been released. It's also will speak to the challenges that we sometimes face with the regional government in a two-tier system. We've shared a number of things like roads, our water sanitary utility, we have our own economic development initiatives, and most recently the one that I've been struggling with is the huge challenge of affordable housing. So I don't want to presuppose what the findings in this report might find, but I think the information is important. Do we collaborate tremendously with the region and with our local municipalities? Absolutely we do. There's no question, and we have a great level of collaboration. But the question remains, and the one that I'm not sure of, is are we an efficient and effective government because of the system or in spite of it? And I'd like to know the answer to that question, because my sense is it is the latter, and can we work better together? So those are the reasons that I'd like to see. I do want to acknowledge the funding that the provincial government did release. We did actually put that to some good use, and we've made some good findings, but I'm not sure what the rationale is for them not releasing this report, so we can continue the discussion on how we can be more efficient in how we deliver our services.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson? Oh, no, not on this. Councillor Gazzola on this? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll support your recommendation. I'm not sure that we'll ever learn anything from it, but and I'm not going to be waiting up at nights to get the report to find out what happened. But I believe in transparency, and if this could have been made. I don't know, there have to be, I don't know how senior levels of government operate, but if this, I know we do pass a lot of resolutions here, and I never know what happens to them, what comes out of it, what are we accomplishing, and there are so many other resolutions I'd like to see passed that never get passed. So, but I will support it just to show solidarity here with this council.
Councillor Schneider. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovic. I commend Councillor Davey for bringing this forward. I do think that there's information that could be beneficial to us to gain efficiencies of working together with other municipalities. And if it's in there, I'd like to do that. I've been on record as saying that. When this review was going on, it was a real hot topic and people were talking about it, very strong opinions on it. So if there are ways of using that information to benefit this community, let's do them.
Okay, Councillor Johnson? On this, or on your item later on? Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay, so the motion has been made. I will be supporting the motion. I mean, to be honest with you, I think it's a good motion, but I also think, as Councillor Gazzola said, probably wouldn't stay up too late waiting for the response to come. I know the provincial government, often operates on from the perspective of cabinet advice. But I think this motion speaks to the fact that this was an item that was very much in the public domain, and as such, I think having the report available in the public domain certainly makes sense. Sure, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, sir. Just one brief thing that I missed in speaking to both your point and Councillor Gazzola's. I recognize that the City of Kitchener asking a loan may be overlooked by the province, so I'd be remiss not to say that it is my sincere hope that the other local municipalities adopt this resolution and pass it as well.
Okay. So with that, a recorded vote has been called. And that's carried unanimously. Councillor Johnson, if you can key in. I understand you have a notice of motion.
Yes, thank you. I would like to serve a notice of motion for an anti-idling bylaw. Wording is being worked on with staff and will be presented to council on February 24th.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to questions and answers. Sorry, you have a new business or questions and answers? She's just giving notice that she's going to be bringing a motion forward. She could still bring it, yes. Okay, sorry.
I'm just trying to understand what we're doing, that's all. I'm just trying to
so you have to give notice, and notice has to be on obviously the agenda, so you can either give notice today here and provide the motion ahead of our next meeting at the end of February, and it'll be on the printed agenda then, or sometime during the month of February, if you have a motion, you can provide it to the clerk, and the clerk will include it as well.
So you don't have to give a notice of motion.
You do not have to give it today, but sometimes people choose to do that.
I'm just trying to look.
Yep.
I'm not too old to learn.
Yep.
Okay, but I do have a couple of questions too also. We're in question period.
Okay, we'll let you continue then with your questions and answers.
Yeah, I want to go back to my favorite question about the LRT Trainer Ave crossing. I keep an eye on it quite a bit, but I wonder if staff can just bring us right up to date on it.
Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, or through the mayor, staff have completed our body of work on the project. The region had to come in and add a wooden structure to attach the walkway that we constructed to their LRT within their corridor. And I saw a picture on social media today that looks largely complete. So I believe the project should be fully completed in the next few days.
Again, I drive over there every 2 or 3 days to see how it's going, and I thought that's where they're at, and what the region are doing, like the city's done all their work and everything. There's still landscaping and stuff that needs to be done in the springtime, and I think what the region are doing is temporary to get us through the winter, and then when the spring comes, they're going to put in all the bells and whistles and things, but it will be safe in the meantime. Is that correct?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so I believe that the region has made a decision to not put signals or gates in at this point in time. So it is up to users to make sure the path is clear, and it will be line of sight driving, not automatic train protection through that section until it is fully signalized. But yeah, it's prepared to be opened any day now.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, now the second question I have is, I'm not sure if it's of you, Mr. Mayor, or who, but there's been an awful lot of discussion in the media and the newspaper about a new arena, and that's something that I'm not aware of that I may have just been asleep, but that we've talked about here at council. And I'm just curious as to, there's been so much coverage. The question, like coverage talking about the crumbling auditorium, I just want to be sure that the auditorium is safe. We can still enjoy activities there. And I trust that sometime we're going to talk about that here in the council chambers.
Well, I think you can get some answers now. I know Councillor Marsh was going to ask some questions as well, so I'll let her ask her questions, and then staff can respond to both of you.
It's pretty much the same question as Councillor Gazola's. It's basically just that we've seen a lot of media attention in the last few days given to the issue of the future of the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium, and it's usually the case that we don't see media attention unless we have something on the agenda that we're actually discussing when it's something so major as that. And I'd just like to ask staff to provide us with a brief update about where we're at with that issue.
Mr. May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Marsh, for giving me advance notice of the question so that I could make sure to give you my best answer. I want to stress that the city has invested a lot of money into that facility, and it is in good shape. The question is about growth in the future, but for now, it's in good shape. It's loved by Kitchener residents, and it's loved by people from outside of the city who come to use it. So this is not a question of the facility falling down or decaying into disrepair. We've known for some time. Back when the last expansion was made, we knew that a question would come at a certain point about whether or not we need to replace the facility if we want to continue to grow. So this is nothing new. It was on the corporate business plan, which council approved a couple of years ago, I think. We also know that it's going to take many years of planning to do this, so we're going to have to turn our attention to it. So it is something that staff have on our work plan to look at, very preliminary planning, but all of that will be done with major community and stakeholder engagement. So I think that it's just important. I can't speak to the timing of the articles. I frankly am at a bit of a loss as to why now, and I know that it's created quite a bit of community discussion, but no, Councillor March, to your point, there are no major reports coming forward to council or anything like that in the immediate future.
Okay, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. May, though I apologize, I haven't given you prior notice that I was going to ask this question, but hopefully with the notice that you got from Councillor Marsh, it's in keeping with the same line of questions. I appreciate your answer saying this is a long-term visioning exercise that staff and council will have to grapple with. It's not imminent, but to ensure that sometimes a story has a way to run with itself, and that's my concern as well. So that we give precise information to the general public as to, again, you've already answered the current state is good of the building, but as a lifetime, as a projection, would you say the building in its current form and capacity, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, would you be able to answer in generality, or?
Mr. May.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that the last expansion occurred in 2010 or
2012.
12, yeah. So at that time, the discussion that took place was that that expansion gave enough room for growth for the next, I believe it was 15 years. So it wasn't that in 15 years the building was going to fall apart. It was just that at that point we will likely have met capacity given the size of our community, and that's when we will have to have made a decision as to whether or not it's replaced or not. So back then it was 15 years.
So at the very least, we still have at least 10 years of growth that we could capture within the current building in its form. Approximately 10 years.
Through you, Mr. Chair, something around there, maybe a couple of years less. This is on staff's radar. We're fully aware of it, and at the appropriate time, we'll bring things forward to council and to the public to move it forward.
Yeah, it's I think important for us to specify again that there's not an immediate urgency to this topic point.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vervanovic. I do want to echo staff's comments about the building being in great shape. One thing that I'm really proud of as a kid who grew up in the auditorium neighborhood, went to Shepherd School, went into the auditorium every day after school to watch the Rangers practice, and memories of going to the games with my father. In those days, the main entrance was off of East Avenue, and right above the box office, and that's where the box office was, there's a beautiful plaque, and it is still by the box office in the new entrance. But it tells a story of how the auditorium was built by the citizens as a living memorial to those who served our country. And in every Remembrance Day ceremony the Rangers do, and I'll tell you, they do the best tribute to our military, past and present. It's pointed out. And it's very heartwarming and a very proud thing as a Kitchener citizen to walk into that auditorium and see the shape that it's in, to see the pride that our staff put into that building. There is great care and love and passion by those who work there, and it truly is a living memorial, and it's very proud for me as a citizen of Kitchener to see that. I do know there will be a day when, yes, it will be outgrown, and we will build a new facility, and we'll say goodbye to this building, and we'll keep the memories in our heart, but for now, it's a beautiful building, and I do look forward to the process. The one thing the media attention has done is it's spurred a lot of discussion and passion, and it's good. People are excited about having a new facility for this region, and I know it's going to be spectacular when it comes out, and I think it's great that the media is paying attention to it and seeing the future ahead of us as well. But I do want to make a very clear point that this is a living memorial, and that building is tended to that way, and the people that work there do an amazing job, and I'm so proud of them and so appreciative of them.
Okay, and I'll just briefly add to the comments, my own thanks to staff for the fact that we do have an outstanding building and facility there, one that not only meets the needs of the hockey community, but the basketball community, the event community, the trade show community. It truly is a great facility. You know, it was interesting to, quite frankly, see the story come alive in recent days. The original interview, when they sort of approached me, was back in, I think, August or September. And it was sort of a follow-up to, well, you know, 2012 happened back then. Sort of where are things going since then? And I think, you know, just building on a couple of the comments that have been made, I think I think the other piece of information that people need to be cognizant of, even if at some point in the future a new arena is built, That does not mean the existing building will cease to exist and that it may not be repurposed into something. So that will no doubt also be part of the public discussion. And I think the other piece will be, and I said this, and I said that it was my personal opinion, but I cannot envision a day that whatever facility exists for the future, that it will not continue to be a memorial auditorium, recognizing the men and women who have sacrificed their lives for our community and our country. And that'll obviously be a decision of the council of the day, but I would be very surprised if that doesn't happen. So with that, any other? I thought somebody else had clicked in. No, that was just on this. Okay. Just on the regional report, regional council has completed its budget. One of the things that we were able to get advanced was the River Road project, so that it got delayed and now has been brought back up in the budget. There's significant investment in areas associated with climate change and cycling and so on as well. I think and then obviously the other piece that's of interest right now is the current GRT situation, and I would just let council know, if you're not already aware, that the two sides will be sitting back down at the bargaining table tomorrow morning. So that would be my regional report. Moving on then to the bylaws. Oh, sorry. You have questions? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I noticed that the affordable housing amount was $330,000. Is that all? I'm pretty sure that was the amount. Is that all that was set aside by the region for affordable housing?
No, those were additional dollars that have been set aside, partially the matching funds to match the initiative with us in terms of the daytime drop-in center with Ray of Hope. And I forget right now what the second piece, Mr. Chapman, I see, is going to help me.
The youth beds?
Yes, thank you. It was the additional youth beds at
One Roof.
Right, at One Roof. Both of those are actually going to be funded out of the existing budget or out of any reserves if it becomes necessary.
So that wasn't out of the 330?
Well, the 330 is what the estimate is for those two things to cost.
Okay.
Staff feel that they can be dealt with through the existing budgets, but if they can't, they've sort of put us on alert that will come out of excuse me, out of our regional reserves.
So beyond the 637 units that they plan to build in the next 10 years, was there any other money set aside for buildings?
Well, there's significant money that is in the regional budget on an annual basis in terms of all of the shelter programs, all the work that they do with affordable housing and so on. There's a large section of the budget, and I can certainly refer you to that, not at the moment. But at this point, any capital is in line with the report that was approved back a couple months ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on to bylaws first reading. Madam Clerk, are there any additional bylaws? No? So it's been moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Seelock, that leave be given the mover and seconder to introduce the bylaws listed on the agenda, and the same be taken as read a first time and stand referred to Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Davey that Council resolve itself into Committee of the Whole. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for the second reading of bylaws? Councillor Galloway-Seelock. Those in favor?
Oh, hold on. It looks like Councillor Chapman has a question.
We'll be in 1 second. First, we've got to vote on the bylaws. Those in favor? And none opposed. Very good. Can I get someone to move the tenders? Moved by Councillor Schneider. We're just going to go in order. We're going to begin with the first tender. We're just going to say the actual numerical number. So number 1, Any questions on item number 1, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor Gazzola does.
Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just wanted to know who decides what kind of allocations go here? There's 40,000 from that disaster mitigation fund. Why wouldn't we take the full 140 that we need as opposed to 40? Because we're short on this budget by 100,000. Who makes those decisions there?
Mr. Weedman.
Mr. Weedman?
Through the chair, so the grant allocation was based on a bundle of projects that were put together. So the 40,000 is for the component that is related to the disaster mitigation fund. While we're short on this phase of the work, there's an overall surplus in the project of $29,000.
Well, it's okay then. So the funds are from that grant are all already allocated.
Yes.
So this is what was previously allocated here. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions on that item? No? Tender number 2, any questions? No? Tender number 3?
Councillor Chapman.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't know if this information is available to us, but I was just wondering how this tender result or outcome compared to what was submitted a year ago or earlier this in 2019.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so I believe an email was sent to council a while ago. This was an issue paper that was brought forward through the budget process. Going off memory, we can recirculate the issue paper to council.
Okay, sorry, I should have asked ahead of time. My other question is, I noticed on the report, it says on page 13-4, previous consideration of this matter not applicable. Would that previous attempt at securing a contractor not make it a previous consideration of this matter?
Mr. Lautenbach?
Through the chair, it wasn't a previous consideration related to the tender report that came through, but certainly we could have highlighted that it was brought forward to council through the budget process as an issue paper, so it's probably just an oversight in terms of referencing that. It was an issue that has been discussed previously.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Gazzola?
I'm on 4.
Item number 4, okay. We'll move on to item number 4. Questions on item number 4. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, how do we pick the split? How do we split this between gas and water? What is the criteria that's used? I just want to make sure
Ms. McGolder?
everybody's paying their fair share of that. Well, okay, it's not an urgent matter. It can be brought back, because it has to be done. It can be brought back to council if you don't. Yeah. The other question I have now is this going to give us automated meter reading, or is this just a study to see what software program can do it? Are there software programs out there that can do it?
So through the chair, I'm going to actually answer your first question, Councillor Gazzola, in terms of the split. It's roughly aligned with the percent share in terms of the metering infrastructure. So gas has slightly more meter infrastructure than water, which is why it's paying a larger portion marginally within the cost split. In terms of what would be provided through the feasibility study. So the feasibility study, as council's aware, we have been looking at using our streetlight network and looking to test metering infrastructure with that network. We continue to have difficulty getting a test unit from our vendor. And so, and our commitment to council was that we were going to advance work in this area by the end of 2019. And so we are commissioning the feasibility study to look at the use of the streetlight network, as well as other potential options, as well as requirements within our billing system, et cetera, to make sure that it's compatible with an AMI type of infrastructure, and as well as bringing forward to council at the end of the feasibility study what the estimated costs are to implement a network-wide AMI system.
So in the fullness of time, we will be able to read meters without sending someone out every month to read the meters. It'll all be to the point where we can actually check our usage on a daily basis if we want to.
So that the feasibility study will be bringing information back to council, which outlines what the plan is to move that forward to where customers would be able to access their consumption online and be able to track in near real time their usage.
Okay, I've been waiting for a long time to see it, so I'm pleased to see it. I'm getting old, so I hope it can get done in a couple of years. Thank you.
Anyone else on this? I'm going to ask one question, and I'll understand. Staff may not have the answer, but I'm going to ask anyway. I do recall one of the holdups, and I think you covered it on this item, was that the vendor has not finalized or developed the system behind that, and we haven't had an update in a while. Are we aware? Are they coming to conclusion? Are they holding us up still, or are you confident that they're going to have on their side they're going to have the system ready? Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the chair, staff continue to have ongoing discussions with Itron. We do not have a test unit available to us as of yet, and we're continuing to work through those issues. So we think it's important to advance this work, and would continue to work with Itron. But there are also other vendors, and so we would look to what other options are available to us.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to comment very briefly on this one just as feedback. Again, I understand, I could be mistaken, but I understand the city of Guelph has, I believe, the exact same vendors, so we might want to loop them in on the work that we're doing in case they want to help out. But I also want to echo Councillor Gazzola's comments that this is something I've been waiting for a long time. Very, very happy to see it before us, and I have a personal interest in this, so I'd appreciate any updates as we go through it. Okay. Okay, item number 5, any questions? Mr. Mayor, anyone in the queue for 5? No? 6? Councillor Chapman?
Yeah. Regarding the natural play area that's being proposed here, what exactly is being proposed? Because I know at the Sandhills Park, after the natural play area was completed, there were some concerns with how natural it was, I think, to put it in general terms. So will that outcome help to guide what this natural play area will look like?
Ms. McGoldrick, I assume? Yeah.
So through the chair, there are a number of different natural play structures that vary in size and scope and complexity, and so this proposal here is more substantial than what was placed in Sandhills, looking at, and it's outlined in the report, the swing set, climbing elements, and play tower with slide, and then a wooden boat element in the sand play area. And so this would be more substantial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Mayor? No one else in the queue? Okay, that concludes the tenders. Those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Could I get a moved by Councillor Ioannidis for item number 2. Any questions or? No. Those in favor? And none are opposed to that as well.
Move that the committee rise and report.
Very good. It's moved by myself. All in favor? It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Singh that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the Committee of the Whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Galloway-Sealock that the bylaws listed on the agenda for third reading be taken as read a third time, be finally passed and numbered serially by the clerk. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And it's been moved by Councillor Galloway-Sealock. Oh, you did the last one. Councillor Marsh, that we now adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? That's no. We'll just go. go back there. Okay.
chicken and broccoli. It's not. They fall off the wagon. And what I try to do is to create little processes that they can maintain throughout the week. So let's focus on creating clean breakfasts for the week. Let's focus on your clean snacks for the week. And then we start to incorporate dinners and lunches, and we take it little step by step so that it becomes a sustainable habit for them in the future. Mm-hmm. And then the next thing I get, well, it's too much time on my Sundays doing meal prep. Then I focus on what I call convenience veggies. Let's look at those small little peppers, those little mini cucumbers, things that are kind of wash and go, or those veggie trays from the grocery store. They're easy, they're accessible, and they're always at your fingertips for a healthy, nutritious snack versus the protein bar that you think is healthy and it's full of sugar. So it's really about changing that mindset around food and how simple it can be versus trying to dive all into some type of fad diet or some type of idea or notion that if they fall off the wagon or if they fall off track or if they've enjoyed a glass of wine or a slice of pizza that somehow all the work has gone. And it's not about that. It's never about deprivation. It's about enjoying the food, being present with your family and friends, but understanding that foods are fuel for your body. And if we honor and respect our bodies will honor and respect us in turn.
I like that. And like you're saying how everything can be very simple and you can plan things out. So what are some techniques that you use around planning that even in a busy life, it's only a few minutes a day and really it's done and you're good for the week?
Right. So one of the things that I like to do is create sustainable meals for the week and really understanding that we can have simple meals or simple breakfasts throughout the week that are grab and go. So stuff like egg bakes, right? Simple things that we throw in our muffin tins and then we put in a Ziploc bag in the fridge and we grab and go. The convenience veggies that I referred to, those small little mini peppers, we wash them, we put them in the fridge, and then we grab and go. Stuff like tracking, using a tracker or a journal. Something you can buy them at the dollar store, you can print them off online, you can reach out and I'll send one your way, and tracking what those meals are and what foods we're intaking and really leaning into how you're feeling throughout the day is one of those ways that we can start to create those easy habits to create a sustainable, healthy lifestyle. So
it sounds like almost a lot of mindfulness that's going into what you're eating.
Right.
And when you're eating, you're feeling better, you're exercising, you're achieving those goals, you've got that success.
Yes.
And it's really rooted in planning, which is not something that I would typically think. You'd think it's the action first versus creating the plan around the action.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's funny to hear once people start creating these little habits, how it just becomes the norm for them, right? That really kind of, that mindfulness that you refer to really kind of lends them to believe that what they're fueling their body with is really good food and they're not depriving themselves whatsoever. I think as a society we've become so, I wouldn't say we're lacking in mind of what we eat and put into our bodies, that we're just grabbing and going. We're not listening to how we're feeling, and we become so, what I refer to as comfort in our own discomfort, right? That little bloat factor, that button factor where your jeans are just a little bit too tight. We've all had it, where that becomes the norm, and then we say, that's okay. I'm not going to worry about that. I'll worry about it someday. And then we all know that someday never comes.
Never comes. Yeah. Well, let's make that someday today.
Yes.
And thank you for sharing all of these simple tricks about and just tips around planning and how you can plan to eat healthy and feel better and really achieve those goals in 2020.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are going to be taking another quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to be looking at career planning for 2020 and creating a career with meaning. And this is for all of these students who are graduating. We'll be back after the break.
God will protect us. She is our strength. She is our light.
Did you say Guyon?
Of course.
better than any drug. We'd also add a lot of drugs, so it was...
I figure we get them to do one of their classic circles.
Yes, they seem to want to do that a lot.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo Region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. #Trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks? Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Welcome back to the C-Suite. We're talking in this segment all about creating that career with meaning and purpose, and specifically for the students who are going to be graduating and entering into their first career after their school. So we have Libby Peace here for this segment, and she's going to be talking about how she's a clairvoyant coach, but what she's done is she's incorporated career coaching for students, helping them to really understand their strengths, their values, and creating that career with intention, so that you're starting a career with meaning, really, right out of school.
Right out of school.
We love that. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
So a lot of the work that you do is with clients who are coming from very highly controlled environments. So how do you switch from that to career coaching?
Well, it was actually a great opportunity because I'm working with people who have come from highly controlling groups or relationships or families. They pretty well have to change everything right at the beginning. Like they have to find new purpose, they have to find new work and new places to live. And an opportunity came available to me to be able to work with a company called Journeus through the States. And with that, they had very similar values to me. So one of the things that I do with my clients is support them to really find out what their core values are, really connect with what their strengths are, and really connect as well with what they're passionate about, what they're interested in, so that they can create a new life for themselves. And this is something that Journeus does as well. Mm-hmm. So it was really a great match. It was right closer to the beginning of my career as a life coach, and it worked out really well, and I'm still working with them to be able to move forward with that.
Absolutely. So I really like it because it's focused on students, because you spend however many years focusing on getting knowledge and skill, but there really isn't that focus on, so once you leave wherever you're going to school, finding that career that really has meaning, and that's not really talked about.
No, it's not talked about. And in so many cases, when people are coming out of university, they're thinking, okay, so I've got this degree, what do I do next? And they haven't really thought about what is possible. Most people are looking at, okay, where do I just find the money? Right? Because you've got debts, you've got things that are going on, and you need to really start moving forward with it. And a lot of people want to have that full independence. And they never really think about, what is it that I can do with my career that would be fulfilling, that would be motivating, that would be interesting. And when you get into and talk about those core values that you have, when you really connect with the skills that you already possess, and then just add in there that mix of passion and the things that you're really interested in, it's amazing the things that you can come up with. When I've had just even 1 hour sessions with individuals, they have come in not knowing at all what they wanted to do. And at the end, they're coming out with, I've got a plan, I want to be this, I know who to talk to, I know what those next steps are, and I'm raring to go.
It's kind of like a package to
It's a
kind of move
package.
forward and you know where to apply and how to apply and who to talk to. And
in most cases, many individuals already have a network that they can sort of tug the strings on to be able to move forward with it. But they hadn't really considered how mixing all of those things together could create a career that would be something that they are really jazzed about, that they really want to move forward with.
do you find a lot of the students that you see as clients that they're not used to having the kind of conversations that's really focused on them and what they want?
Absolutely, totally. Because what happens is you get the idea, okay, I need to do this. This was something that my family always did. This is what the expectations are. They might be coming to me and talking about values, and I'll just get that feeling of, are these yours? Right? And we really dive into, is that important to you? And they say, well, no, that's more of what is expected. Okay, so let's dive into what's actually important to you. What are the skills that you really enjoy doing? You know, and being able to mix those all together. And the inspiration that comes from that is amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Now, do you also help coach students as well with the conversation? So say there was this idea around, there was an expectation of you to go down a certain path, and then just because there's a passion to do something different, there might be some conversations that need to be had, you know, with other people. So do you kind of coach them through that as well? 'Cause that could be a big change.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely. With the coaching that I do, I don't give advice. I don't give advice because I trust that you have your own path, that you have your internal resources, that you're okay. You'll make the best decisions possible with the resources that you have, and that change will always happen. So with that, I support those individuals to really be creative and find those ways of being able to move forward and have those difficult conversations in a way that aligns with their core values, aligns with their own strengths, and helps them to really have that motivation and knowing that it's the right thing for them to be able to do to move forward. They're not going to be easy. I mean, it's simple. It's a simple thing that you will have as a plan, but it won't be easy. But you get the resources that you need, you get the inspiration that you need to be like, yes, this is important enough to have those conversations.
I like how you said it's not necessarily going to be easy, because sometimes making difficult decisions is hard, but it's more, you've got the plan, at least the nice thing is that they've got your support as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And you know what, if they come back, like usually there's multiple sessions that we have together because change takes time and change takes effort. And if something was a piece that they were planning to do over the week and it didn't happen, then we find out what is it that were those gremlins, those nattering negative things that stop them from being able to do that. And we dive into that to have a better understanding so that they can have a firm way of being able to move forward.
About moving forward in a career that has meaning for them as well.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here today and sharing that and helping students kind of set themselves up for success in 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's it for today on the C-Suite. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for taking the time and making the choice to be with us today. We'll see you next time.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Candid talk.
I don't believe in retirement, so I do not believe in retirement as far as doing less. Yes.
With local entrepreneurs and small business experts.
I believe in jumping, and boy, did I jump.
People that come have never painted since finger painting in kindergarten.
How do you know who to listen to and which ideas to take? Because you can't do it all.
Join Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley for the Small Business Show. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Welcome to Hashtag Trending with Aaliyah. Get ready to laugh, socialize, and get creative because there's a popular art trend that's here to stay and it's encouraging you to get creative. It's right here at Social Art and we're here with the lovely owner, Lisa Braun, who's going to take us through an experience here at Social Art. Thank you so much for having us, Lisa.
Oh, my pleasure.
Oh my goodness. Well, walking into this room already, you know that it's going to get fun and messy in all the right ways, right?
Exactly.
So let's get to know you first before we go ahead and do that.
For sure. So I've always had sort of that creative background. I went to school to be a makeup artist.
Oh, cool.
So I did that for about 10 years. I liked it. I didn't love it.
Okay.
So I did a couple of things just kind of in between, and then I discovered actually social art. It already existed, so I just became addicted as a customer.
So you came here first as experimenting and found your passion.
Yep, I just found something that I absolutely loved, and the opportunity came up to become a new owner of Social Art, and so cool. I jumped at it. I can't imagine doing anything else.
Yeah.
So,
well, it sounds like you've always been in art because makeup is a type of art as well too. So you gave up the makeup brushes for paint brushes, right?
New canvas,
right? And that's what it's all about. So when you came into here, what actually inspired you to be a part of the ownership now here at Social Art?
Mostly just how I feel when I paint. So, I mean, I come to work and I get to relax. I get to get rid of any outside stress that I have.
Exactly.
And I also get to help other people experience that feeling.
Yeah.
So,
how many of us would just love to go to our jobs, feel that stress-free moment inside and out? When you leave, you're just super happy. Well, Lisa is a prime example of that, and we're going to be showing you how we can achieve that in the studio here today.
Exactly.
So let's go ahead and do that now. Canvases in front of us, but what can we expect at a day when we're here at Social Art?
So basically, anyone is welcome to come in, whether they have zero painting experience or a little bit or a lot.
Yeah.
We kind of cater it so that absolutely anyone is able to create an entire painting when they're done.
Awesome.
You don't need to bring anything with you. I supply all of the tools, the apron to protect the clothes because we look fabulous right now.
I'm in my apron right now as well too. And you know what? It's great that you do that. So when we come, how should we dress? Just regular?
Yep, just comfortable. I mean, there is the small chance that paint can go flying.
Okay.
But it's rare, but dress comfortable and don't wear your brand new favorite sweater.
Okay, that sounds fair enough. And definitely I'm at the beginner level. So for those people out there that are feeling like, well, maybe I can't do it because I'm not professional or I'm not an expert, today you're going to get to witness what a beginner looks like. And you can come in at the expert level as well too, just because it can just be that relaxing, right?
Exactly.
So what are the benefits that we can gain from doing painting?
Yeah, so it's super relaxing. I find for those 2 hours, the class is about 2 hours long.
Okay.
You don't think about anything else that's happening in your life.
Yes.
You get it. It's a little escape. It's a little mini vacation where you just come, you focus on what you're doing, and it's a lot of fun. So it's a great way to just release.
Yeah. Sounds like the best way to just wind down from a busy day as well too.
Exactly.
And then just get started. So what are we painting today?
So we're going to be painting two little like fluffy dandelions.
Oh, cool. I'm excited.
With just a pretty coral background. So
sounds good.
I'm going to start walking you through it step by step.
So if we're going into a class or an event, this is exactly what would be happening.
Exactly. So these are smaller canvas today, just just so we can do it a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But normally you'll get a large canvas, and
Okay.
I walk you through everything step by
Sounds
step.
great. Okay.
So we're going to start out with our largest brush, that big wooden guy.
Okay.
And we're just going to do a little bit of color mixing first. So we're
Sounds
going to
good.
mix up our background.
Okay.
We're going to take our brush, dip the corner, just a little tiny bit of yellow.
Is that good?
Perfect.
All right.
And mix that into a good amount of your red, so most of your red.
Okay. And for those of you out there that may not know this, I'm a huge Bob Ross fan. I love him. I love him. I just love him.
so relaxing.
Isn't he? Oh my goodness, the things that he says, like they're just happy little accidents. I could watch him paint forever.
There's no mistakes in art. Yep, I love him.
I love him. He's got the right philosophy. Love you, Bob Ross.
And then we're going to take like a nice little scoop of white.
Okay.
So just kind of shovel it up.
So is this the right amount that I should be having on my brush?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It's just
Okay.
a dirty brush, shovel up some
Okay,
white.
shovel up white.
It's all about getting messy.
Yeah, and having
and
fun.
mix that right into your red. That
okay.
mixture that you've got
Oh, now
already.
we're getting that corally color right
Exactly.
through. Amazing. It's really coming through.
And then at this point, you can decide if you love it as is, go with
Okay.
it. If you would like a little more yellow in there, you can put a little bit more in.
So what does the yellow do for the red paint?
It just brings it like a slight more orangey tint to it.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Adding that hue right into there.
Exactly.
Sounds good. Okay, so how
And
does that
when
look?
That looks beautiful. I love
Amazing.
it.
Okay,
It's nice
sounds
and
good.
bright. So when you're ready, we're going to start painting our canvas.
Okay, and how much should we have on the paintbrush? Does
For
that
this
matter?
step, you can pretty much load it up.
Okay.
Sometimes it depends on the technique we're doing, but
Okay.
for this background, kind of load it up.
Okay.
And we're
And
just going to
just
go
go
up and down.
All right.
And we're going to cover the entire canvas.
Sounds good. Is there an age group that can come in here to do social art?
So we, most of our events we cater to kind of families and adults, so 12 and up, I usually suggest.
Okay.
But we do run a kids event once a month as well.
Oh, interesting.
So where we welcome 6 and up. So
Oh.
the younger ones get the chance to come and try it out. and-
Yeah, that's so cool. And what else would you like people to know when they come to social art, what to prepare for?
Basically just come to have fun. So don't come with expectations. Don't put pressure on yourself. It's not supposed to be stressful.
Okay, it's just supposed to be the most relaxing feeling.
You should be laughing and smiling while you're painting, not not stressing out and being tense.
Yeah, yeah,
I
this
joke sometimes because there's always the odd person who they're just going to be stressed out because
They just want it to look a certain way.
Exactly. So I always joke that we're going to hire a massage therapist to come around behind people. But
you know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Exactly.
Get a massage and get social art on. So if someone wanted to come in and reserve a spot, how would they go ahead and do that? What's the process?
So on our website, our entire schedule is on there. So we usually have 2 to 3 months out on the website. So you just go on to socialart.ca.
Cool.
You can check our calendar out on there. You can check all of the latest events, upcoming events, and then choose whichever painting you like.
Yeah.
Book in and just show up that night ready to have fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Well, now we have our canvas full. So what is our next step?
So one other quick thing we're going to do to our background, just to give it a little more texture. We don't need to clean our brush. Dirty brush is fine. We're just going to take it. We're going to dip it into a little bit of white.
Okay. Oops,
And
is that too
then
much white?
nope,
Does that
that's
matter?
perfect.
Okay.
And then just in a few spots, just kind of throw a few little streaks in there.
This is the real Bob Ross moments right here, the happy little accidents.
Exactly.
You'll see I'll mention him quite sometimes because I feel like he's the go-to guy.
I love him.
Right?
Yeah. So for these dandelions, basically what we're going to do is we're just going to start doing little wispy lines. So I'm going to start one right up here.
Okay, like
and just just pull it up and over. Exactly. Nice and curved, and then do another one beside.
Boop.
Perfect.
Okay. Now, how do you know when you need more paint? Because I feel like I keep like
when you kind of start to run out.
Yeah.
Always just dip for some more.
Just dip for some more. Okay. Now, do you have any like expertise type of advice for anybody who is a beginner and just wants to learn how to do it really well, but just not sure how to begin?
Not really, just to let go.
Just to
let go. The less stress you come into it with, the better your painting turns out.
Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Because yours has like really beautiful strokes right now. It looks like
so does yours. It's so soft and fluffy. I love it. So you're going to keep going. Just keep adding them in. Exactly. And now we're going to kind of curve this way.
I'm going to go in this direction.
And you can
now.
go right off the side of the canvas. It's kind of almost like making a big white firework.
Okay. Yeah, it really does look like that.
Any of our paintings, a complete beginner can do. So there is no advanced class that's, that you shouldn't sign up for. they're just broken down in such a way that even our most advanced painting, it takes a little bit longer. It was a 3-hour class, but they turned out amazing.
Yeah. Not only do you do painting, you also do events here. So what kind of events do you actually hold in the facility?
So we've run a lot of things like wreath making. We're getting into furniture, kind of refinishing and painting up furniture soon.
Okay, cool.
We do jewelry making as well, which has been really popular.
That's so cool. So what kind of jewelry are you guys making?
So we do diffuser bracelets, actually. So I'm wearing a couple, and if you can see them.
Yes.
But they're all semi-precious stones. So we use like amethyst and quartz and different, we've like, 50 different stones, I want to say. A lot of different beads to choose from.
That's so cool. And you just do it right in here.
Yeah, lava stone, and then you design your bracelet, you build it, and then you wear it home.
That is the coolest.
So you become a jewelry designer.
Yeah. So it's not just art. Well, it's a different form of art.
Exactly.
Right? And so what else do you guys make in the studio? Is it just the jewelry?
Mainly in the classes, it is the bracelets.
Okay.
But I am also able to do necklaces and earrings to match.
Very cool.
And then one other thing that we do quite often are wood projects. So we will paint on wood, similar to a canvas, just on wood. So sometimes we'll do wooden blocks. Sometimes we'll do like a palette.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a jack of all trades here. So if someone wanted to have a corporate event or, for example, a birthday party here, could we do that? And how many people would that hold if you are able to?
Yeah, definitely. So in the studio, we can hold about 36 people comfortably. Okay. We also do off-site events, so we can come to your workplace or to another venue if you've got a space in mind. And I think the largest event I've done so far was 85 people.
Wow,
we
that's
could
massive.
we can do definitely like up to 100. We can do no problem.
That's so awesome.
But we do corporate events, we do team building, a lot of office parties.
Yeah, which is awesome. So when you go out to do the corporate events or they come here, what's their kind of takeaway?
So everybody gets their own painting. There's 2 different options. They can each do their own painting, kind of like you and I are doing right now.
Yeah.
Or if they want to mix it up a little bit, every 15 minutes, everybody switches seats, but leaves their canvas behind.
Is it like kind of like speed dating?
Yes. And it brings those problem-solving skills into work a little bit more because they have to take over from somebody who had a different style than they did.
Right, and that's what art is too. It's all about problem-solving and just kind of letting it go in your own way, in a sense. Like, even though yours looks like that, mine looks a little bit more different than yours, but in the end, it's just all about how your brain is operating and how the problem-solving skills come in, and your motor skills. It kind of increases that, because even someone like myself who doesn't paint, I'm deciding now, okay, how am I going to make my brush go this way or that way, and all that good stuff. So it really increases that brain activity, and it's probably really good for brain health overall, like people with Alzheimer's, concussions, all that good stuff. Do you have people like that come into the studio?
Definitely, yeah. We do actually. I have a lot of people with concussions actually that open up and tell me kind of why they're here doing this, and it does help, definitely. So many people come in terrified. And I'm sure you're nervous, right?
I am too. Like, I feel like I almost have to be perfect, but there is no perfect.
But you don't. There is, like Bob Ross says, there's no mistakes in art. Like, you don't have to be perfect.
Yeah.
It's more just about learning a new skill, expressing yourself a little bit, and by the end of the night, because of the way it is broken down in the steps, everyone has a slightly different version of the original painting, but they all look amazing.
Yeah.
And people are shocked. I don't know how many times I've heard people say, I can't believe I painted this. So
it's
just
a self-satisfaction for your own
and
self.
Building that self-esteem it's important to me. That's one of my goals when I teach a class is that I want people to leave feeling better about themselves than they did when they came in.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's touch a little bit more on the social part, because it is social art. So what do we gain from the social part?
So basically, it's really is bonding with friends and family. Quite often I'll have like 3 generations in here painting together.
Cool.
So we'll have a grandma, the mom, the daughter, sometimes a granddaughter. We've had actually 4 generations at once. So it really is a great way to just bond with each other. And I mean, you'll see people really encouraging each other, and strangers saying, "Oh, I love how you did that," or "That looks so pretty," and just seeing those different relationships and how they blossom. It's awesome.
So Gosha, we're here at the Fairview location for Clio, and let's talk about some of the must-haves that we have for 2020.
All right, so let's start with item number one.
Okay.
I think this is a piece that every woman should have in the closet.
Such a staple.
Absolutely. It's an essential cami.
Yes.
You really cannot go wrong with it. It's 95% polyester, 5% spandex. And the nice thing about this beautiful cami is that it's got double layer at the front. So really, it just enhances everything you've got, hides everything you need to hide. You can wear it with confidence.
Very flattering.
Absolutely, and comes always in variety of colors.
Yes.
And it's great underneath, like I have one right now.
Yeah.
You know, just underneath the sweater, underneath a blazer, under just anything.
I love it.
It's just a great staple piece.
I mean, I have pretty much every color, to be honest, because it is the go-to piece, right? You put on a nice pair of jeans, your pants, put on one of these, and you got a blazer, and you're ready to go.
Absolutely.
You know, and it gives you a chance to not really think too hard about your outfit, but
That's right.
still looking fabulous.
Absolutely. And you know what, if you're looking for something a little bit more fitted, that will give you that. Another piece that we have is our micro twill pants, which is really a pant that you must have.
Oh, I love
it
this feeling.
It stretches, it works with your body.
Ooh. It almost is like it's tailored for you.
It is, because it has spandex, so it will hug your curves.
Oh, I love this.
Just the right way.
Yes.
It will hide all the sins, as it does have slimming panel inside.
Oh my
so let
goodness.
me just show you
Yes,
this.
please.
Because as women, we want to shine.
Of course.
With our best features. So there's the slimming panel.
Wow.
So when you put it on, it really tucks everything nicely in.
Nice.
And it gives you that beautiful figure that every woman needs. And this pant comes in regular and petite, and it is pant that we carry all the time.
Yes.
There's variations of it, obviously. Some of them come with zippers.
Okay.
So you can have a zipper front. You don't need to have a pull-on one. But it is a fantastic fabric.
And so easy to put on.
Oh.
And the fabric is absolutely quality. Like you can
Yes.
just feel it,
Yeah.
and you can feel it. This is going to be something lifetime that you're going to have in your
Absolutely.
closet.
Yeah, so great pants. So
Yeah.
those are the two that you absolutely must have. Knit jackets, they work with your body. So you've got the movement, you don't have the restrictions, and they look fantastic whether you pair it up with a dressy pant.
Yes.
Pair of jeans looks fabulous
Absolutely.
with a jacket.
Yeah.
And to top it all off, it's great underneath that winter coat, which again, we're going to have it for quite some time.
Exactly.
We carry jeans in straight cut, boot cut, and slim. So really a jean for every body type.
Yeah, I got a variety.
Absolutely, and variety of colors. So if you like a lighter wash, a darker wash, or black, we have you covered. And again, it's something that January, February, it's something that you're going to need.
Oh, you're going to need them all year round. Everyone wears jeans for sure. I mean,
That's
that
true.
is always going to be a staple in someone's closet for like ever and ever,
Yeah.
right? So
everybody should own a great pair of jeans.
I agree with that. I really do, and I exactly love Clio for their pants, though. Exactly, because they fit you
They do.
so perfectly
They do.
in the right places.
They do. You know, and with our jeans and all of our pants, when we've designed them, we really thought about a woman's body. So it is not a teenager's body.
Yes.
It is a woman's body.
Yes.
And we have curves, and we love our curves.
Celebrate those curves.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
Absolutely. So, you know what? So every one of our pants is going to just enhance your natural beauty.
We're here at Kitchener's newest playground that's indoor, and it's a cafe. That's right, we're here at Play Latte Cafe with Heather and our little ambassador over here and superstar Devon. Thank you for having us here today. Hi. Well, we want to know a little bit more about Play Latte and how it came about, because you and your husband have actually created this space for many reasons. So let's talk about how you became inspired to create the Play Latte Cafe.
Okay, well, we do have 3 little ones of our own. We have an almost 5-year-old, an almost 3-year-old, and then 4-month-old Devin. So we have kind of been around town. We've visited all the local kid-friendly places, and we felt that there was a gap in what is offered. So we wanted to create a space where people who don't have kids feel welcome, as well as a space where parents who have kids are also welcome.
Yeah. What kind of age group comes through here?
So we get a lot of little ones. Our play structure is good up into age 7.
Okay.
But we do get a lot of the maternity leave moms and a lot of people who are available during the day. Just with our hours being open until 5 p.m., we get a lot of the younger crowd.
Sorry, he's so cute. Like, how can you not want to be like in love with him? Dylan, you're so cute. Yeah, you know you are. Yeah. So you had a different mix of crowds of people that come through here, right?
Yeah,
so when they come in for admission, what is included in that?
So admission to the play area. So we do have a play structure. We also have an ECE on staff who during the week will do an hour programming. It's usually around 10 o'clock or so. And then we always have crafts and kind of sensory experiences set up as well.
Oh, amazing.
So, yeah.
And then who can come through? Can like grandparents, parents, anybody come through with their kids? Like, how does that work?
Yeah, so anybody is welcome to come in. As long as you have a child, you're welcome on the play area side, or if you're here with someone with a child.
Okay.
But yeah, grandparents, we get aunts, we get uncles, we get daycare providers, we get a little bit of everything.
Yeah, and we get moms, dads, everybody that comes through, right?
Yeah.
That's exciting because we just don't want to just target moms, right? We want to make sure that everyone across the board knows that they can come here.
Yeah.
But what if you don't have a kid and you just want to come here and enjoy maybe a latte? Because I'm here with a latte and it's delicious, by the way.
Yeah.
Could you come here and do that as well?
Absolutely. So we are a specialty cafe as well.
Okay.
And our play area is completely separated from the cafe side. So if you don't have a child, you're more than welcome to come in and sit and hang out, or if you want to just grab one and you're on the fly, then that's totally fine as well.
Amazing. Well, let's take a look at the bar over there and see what you guys have as part of your specialty cafe. So I just ordered a delicious latte here, but there's more things to just a latte. You guys do specialty stuff here, right, Ronak?
Yeah, when we opened Play Latte, like we wanted to make sure you could get a good cup of coffee because that's what parents were demanding, and that's what they've grown accustomed to before they had kids.
Right.
And we noticed in this area there were no coffee shops, so we wanted to make sure there's a good coffee shop here.
Yeah.
And so we go with locally roasted beans from Baden Coffee Company, but then we'll also go and get specialty roasters from other places. So last week we had one from Chicago coming in.
Wow.
So it was nice to get a variety of coffees, get people trying different coffees, and start building that culture that we already have in the Tri-Cities,
Yeah.
but nothing in this neighborhood. So that's us here.
It's definitely unique, right? Because there's nothing like it here in Kitchener-Waterloo for sure.
Yeah.
So what kind of inspired you and Heather to create the specialty cafe?
Yeah, so I think it was just our own need. Like we've got 3 kids of our own. We need the caffeine, but we also need somewhere for our kids to go and play. So it was kind of a fusion of our 2 favorite things to do and put it together, and we made a business out of it. So specialty coffee is kind of a passion and we enjoy it, so we kept doing it and we made a business.
Yeah, that's amazing. So not only do you do specialty drinks, but you do have food as well too, right?
Yeah, we want to have healthy food options because again, the clientele that we have, they want to have good food. So we made sure we're making fresh sandwiches, bagels. It is a typical cafe that you would look for, where the fare that you get at a cafe in downtown, you have that here too. So it's the same culture, same experience that we want to make sure it's available.
Yeah, but your cafe is actually more than that. You're actually trying to build community development as well here in the Play Latte Cafe. And how are you doing that?
It's giving people opportunities. So if we take care of the cleanliness, the experience here where you have good customer service, good coffee, people are going to come and meet up, and they're going to be using this as a meetup point. And we've seen that over the past year where even today I was witnessing a conversation take place where moms were talking about the 2 doulas that they had. It was the same one. They liked that experience, but they connected over that, and they were strangers when they walked in. That's what we see even for the coffee side here, where people don't know each other, but it's quiet enough and it's easy to go and talk to somebody that's next door to you. That they'll just have a conversation. They may not meet up again the next time, but at least you feel like you got something out of coming here for just a cup of coffee.
Exactly. So a coffee and a connection, like why not? And then you get to meet new people and meet you guys, because I mean, you guys seem very approachable as well too. So do you kind of know everybody that walks through the door? Is that kind of the vibe?
We're getting to that point. I've been pretty lucky. I'm good with names and faces. So I get to know the kids that are coming through, the parents that are coming through, and some of the customers that come through just to get their morning coffee. I can see them pull up and be like, okay, get a decaf Americano going with room for cream.
Okay, that is service.
Naomi's coming in. So there's there's that aspect of getting to know your customer and getting to know the people. And some of them actually live in a neighborhood, so it's nice to go and run into them while I'm walking the dog and be like, hey, I saw you at the cafe this morning, and here we are walking our dogs together.
Yeah, exactly. You might see them with their coffee walking their dog, right?
Exactly, if it lasts that long.
Right. Well, we all need a little caffeine boost, and it's great to be able to do that here at Play Latte Cafe. But what makes your cafe different, for example, from other cafes?
I think the focus on local and trying to do as much as we can that helps the community. So, like I said, like we use Baden Coffee Company because they're a local roaster. We will go and try to find other local roasters as well, get them in here. We also created something called the PAL Pop-Up Shop. So local parents that are creating their own businesses online, they have a brick and mortar place here for a couple months. So anything we can do that's local, we'll go and do that. If we can't, we have to go outside. But again, it's easier to go and buy something from your neighbor than to go across the world and get it.
Well, it's equally important because you are supporting locally, right? So you're able to do the brick and mortar and really have different types of people come through your door, and then you get to meet them.
And there's so many connections that take place, especially in KW. Like, it's a very small region. When you start meeting other people, they all have another connection with each other. So just to have that, it's helping us as a business, but also just making a lot of new friends in the area.
Absolutely, and it has a very welcoming atmosphere, lots of natural lighting, and of course there's a nice play area right behind us, and we'll go check it out right now. So now we're in kind of the main space where the kids come to hang out. Give us an idea of what the atmosphere is like here.
A combination of chaotic and calm at the same time. It depends on who's here and what's going on. So we get a lot of tears from kids when they're trying to leave, but when they come in, it's a lot of excitement. So you get used to a bit of screaming and excitement. But then every so often, it's a lot of toddlers and infants here, and it gets really calm, and you're wondering, where'd everyone go? But they're just engrossed in activity or doing something with mom and dad or other kids.
Yeah, and if you guys want to host an event here, or someone wants to host a birthday party, can we do that here, and how can we, if that's the case?
Absolutely. So we do have 2 studio rooms in the back, and we host birthday parties. We can host baby showers, any event really.
Is there
Christmas
anything
parties. But you can reach out via email. You can connect with us on Facebook, Instagram, through our social media. However you want to reach out, we can get you set up.
Is there anything else that you want people to know before they come here, what to expect when they come to the Play Latte Cafe if they've never visited before?
Yeah, expect a friendly environment. We really do care about the experience that you have here. So that's the big focus, and it starts from the coffee all the way down to the events and activities we have. And reach out and talk to other people here, because one of the biggest reasons we wanted this is a community. So we don't want parents coming in here and just having fun and then leaving. Like, go and meet the person that's here. Go and have your kids interact with everyone else and get that social experience as well.
And where can we follow you and stay connected with the Play Latte Cafe?
So we've tried to take over Play Latte Cafe for Instagram, Facebook, our website. Everything is playlattecafe.com or Play Latte Cafe for all the social media accounts.
Okay, amazing. Is there anything else you'd like to add? I feel like you want to say something. Tell the audience out there what they should know about Play Latte Cafe. Have fun? Come here and have fun? Is that the idea? Play. Yeah, have fun and play. Yeah. So whether you're having a specialty drink or you're just here with your kids to have fun and learn and get social, I think this is a great place to build a community and just have a great time, right? And that's what it's all about here at the Play Latte Cafe. Hope to see you all soon here. Thanks for joining us on #Trending with Aaliyah.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Welcome to forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. fighting forever. No surrender, it's forever.
This is Rogers TV.
Hi, I'm Stacey Bester and welcome to my kitchen. I'm very excited about our next few episodes and the recipes that I'm going to introduce you to, because we are going to embark on some of the inspiration from my travels. The past few years I have really had the opportunity to go on some wonderful adventures, and when you travel you bring back inspiration, and you know, everywhere I go, of course, food is a really important part of anywhere I go, and everywhere has different flavors, different takes on recipes, and I brought some of those back, and I'm going to introduce to you some really easy versions of maybe some more complicated recipes that I've enjoyed on my travels. So today we're going to start in England. When I was a mom raising my kids, you know, I didn't travel a lot. We did more like Disney with the kids and family cottage. Now that I'm a grown-up, I've been able to go to some interesting places, and England was the first kind of trip overseas that I went to, and that was really special to me. It was very sentimental. My Nana was from England. I grew up hearing stories from England, so to be able to go and travel and see the places that were in the stories that she told me as a little girl was extraordinary. So one of the desserts that my Nana loved to make at Christmas time and for any special occasion was trifle. Now, growing up, my Nana made a very different version of trifle, and we're not going to make that today. We're going to make a little different version. So trifle is really layers of, it can be cake, it can be sponge cake, it can be cookies with custard and whipped cream. When I was a kid, my Nana introduced Jell-O to it, and of course, a lot of tinned fruit was used, you know, in wartime England. So that kind of made its way into trifle growing up. I like to use much fresher ingredients and keep things just a little more simple. So just all of the really nice flavors come through. So today we're going to start with a really nice homemade custard. I know custard can be a little intimidating to people. Quite often we want to use the can of Bird's custard powder and just add some milk and sugar to that. We're going to do this from scratch, but I promise you it's very easy. So I'm going to grab my pot. I'm going to start over on the island here, and we're just going to start with a few really simple ingredients. The key to custard is to not walk away from it. That's the key, because we're working with eggs and we want a really nice consistency. We don't want scrambled eggs. So we're going to start with 2 cups of milk. We're going to just put it into, you want a really nice heavy pot. You don't want to use anything that's too thin, because you need to cook this on a medium high heat and you don't want it to burn. So just put 2 cups of milk into your nice heavy pot. We're going to put a little bit of cornstarch in. You just need 2 nice level tablespoons. This is what's going to help to thicken our custard. So 2 nice tablespoons of custard. We're going to need a little bit of sugar, not much. I'm just going to grab my sugar. All of the other elements that we're putting into the trifle have levels of sweetness. So you don't want every level or layer in your trifle to be too sweet. So normally if you're just making custard to eat on its own, you're gonna want a little bit more sugar. But if you're putting it in the trifle, we just need, oh gosh, maybe about 1/4 of a cup at best. You can eyeball it. If you want it sweeter, that's really up to you. So I'm just going to take all of these items and I'm just going to whisk these together. Just get them stirred up. Then I'm going to put them on the stove. I'm going to bring this over here. But before I start turning that on, because again, you do not want to leave your custard on its own, I want to get my eggs ready. So I've got some eggs at room temperature. Room temperature eggs are always better to work with. They incorporate better. Just going to crack them into the same Pyrex that I had the milk in, and I'm going to whisk them. You want them whisked because they have to be ready to go when you are. So they're just nice and lightly whisked. I'm just going to come over to my stove. We're going to put it onto a nice medium-high heat, and we're going to stir this until it just starts to bubble and everything's getting heated through. You want to incorporate the cornstarch and the sugar into the milk really nicely. We don't want any lumps in our nice smooth custard. So I've just got this on a nice medium high. Now, once you get confident and you've decided that you like the idea of trifle, you don't always have to use custard. You can do a pudding. A nice homemade chocolate pudding is always lovely. You can flavor your custard if you want. Put a little bit of lemon or orange zest in there. Everything's starting to thicken, and we're just about going to be ready to incorporate our eggs. So, of course, you know, to make sure we're not scrambling eggs, we're going to just remove this from the heat for a second. Just be careful you don't burn yourself. I'm just going to give these another quick little stir. And then we're just going to gradually incorporate the eggs while it's off the heat, just to get it mixing in. Perfect. And then we're going to quickly get this back over. You can see that beautiful yellowy color that custard should be. And we're just going to stir this continuously. Do not walk away. This is not a good time to check your Facebook. It's concentrate on stirring this and just making sure we don't burn the bottom of it, and make sure that we don't have lumpy custard. And we just want it to thicken. You don't want it to get over thick. You'll know the right consistency because it'll kind of stick to a spoon. And because, you know, you can't work with a hot custard when you're layering your trifle because it's going to have whipped cream in it and that. I made some ahead of time last night. It's always a great idea to make your custard the night before. So I'm just going to pull mine out and I'm going to get my whipping cream. We're going to make some homemade whipped cream, and then we're going to layer our beautiful trifle.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
My name is Tessa Jennison, and I'm the Trek Director for Waterloo Region Crossing. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek. a cross-regional winter journey that takes you from Cambridge all the way to West Montrose. The Crossing Trek aims to raise awareness about the risks of winter exposure for homeless citizens. It's a fundraiser for the Working Centre, and every single dollar we raise goes to construct new affordable housing in the region. There are 3 different distance options: 10 kilometers, 28 kilometers, or 65 kilometers. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek.
My husband is a wonderful man and a great father when he's not drinking. I'm so angry he chooses alcohol over us. If he really loved us, he'd stop drinking, right? My counselor suggested I try Al-Anon. I didn't understand why. I'm not the one with the problem, but I'm glad I went. Do you worry about someone's drinking? You are not alone. Al-Anon or Alateen can help. Call 866-200-0033 or visit alanon.org/hope.
So I have my nice whipping cream. I'm going to pour it into my speed mixer. Beauty about whipping cream is, you know, some people are really intimidated by it. They think it takes a long time to make. It's easier to buy Cool Whip or one of those cans of whipped cream. Nothing compares to the real taste of, well, anything homemade for that matter. But whipping cream can easily be done in just a nice chilled bowl with a whisk. You can do it in a stand-up mixer, or you can just use your little hand mixer. It doesn't take as long or as much elbow grease as you really think. So if you're a little intimidated, don't be. One thing that's going to help in the process of making everything kind of stiffen up is adding a little bit of icing sugar or confectioner sugar. I'm going to put a nice heaping tablespoon in there. First off, it gives a little sweetness to the whipped cream, but people don't realize that icing sugar actually has a small cornstarch add a little bit added to it. So it actually helps to hold up the peaks and, you know, kind of create some stiffness to your whipped cream. So that's why people use that, as opposed to just, you know, like your granulated sugar that you would bake with. So I'm going to make all of this because I like lots of whipped cream. And it never hurts to even have some extra in your fridge, because you just never know what you're going to want whipped cream for. Gonna hope this doesn't like splatter all over me, but that would be, you know, reality. I usually end up wearing half of everything I make. So I'm just going to start this on slow while it's quite liquidy. It doesn't take long, especially if you put your bowl and your beaters in the freezer while you're, you know, kind of getting all of your prep ready, because the colder it is, you know, the quicker the process for sure. I like to scrape my sides down to make sure that all of that, you know, the icing sugar in there and the whipping cream is all being incorporated. You just see all these beautiful bubbles that are already starting to form because the whipping cream was really nice and chilled. Gonna turn this up. It's nice. I have a whipping feature on my mixer, which is really nice. So it does let me know exactly what speed I need to go at, but you really want to have a really nice high speed. So I have this great mixer here that lets me know exactly what speed to whip it on. But if you're just using a, you know, a 3-speed hand mixer or your whisk, just as fast as you can. You want to get lots of air into your whipping cream, and just continue to scrape down your sides. And the nice thing about a stand mixer is it does give your hands a little bit of freedom while it's mixing to do some other things. So that means that I can start to, get the whole rest of the process ready for beginning our trifle. So while my whipping cream is starting, I've got this beautiful glass bowl. I love to use for a trifle something that is on a pedestal. You don't have to do that. But I do think the beauty of a trifle is to be able to see through. So a clear bowl is always the nicest because then you can see all these beautiful layers. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our ladyfinger cookies. So, of course, again, you can use sponge cake or something like that, but the kind of trifle that I'm going to make is with a ladyfinger cookie. And there's a few different kinds of ladyfingers. I like to use these nice, wide ones. They're a little more cake-like. If you're making a tiramisu, like we're gonna make another day, we're gonna use a different kind of a ladyfinger. And so I've got these. I've got a few different packages depending on how many layers I wanna do. And I'm gonna get a clean bowl. And I have some sherry. You don't have to use sherry if you don't want to, but it does make the trifle taste just that much more like grandma's. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have a glass while you're making this as well. I like to use Harvey's Bristol. It just has the nicest flavor, and it really infuses the whole trifle once all those layers are put together. It actually tastes best the next day once everything's had time to just kind of mold together. It's beautiful. So our whipping cream is coming along nicely. I'm just scraping the sides. Hope you can hear me okay over the mixer. So what I like to do is I'm just gonna dip my cookies just a little bit. I'm actually gonna grab a plate. You don't wanna soak them because we're just really infusing the flavor. We don't want to make them mushy. So I like to get these kind of ready. Give them a nice little quick dip. I have 4 packages here. I'm probably only gonna need 2, but again, it just depends on how big your bowl is, how many guests are eating it, how many days of leftovers you want. I'm pretty sure my kids are gonna be dropping by over the next couple of days to help eat these up. So just dipping those. I'm just gonna check on my whipped cream. It's getting there. You don't want your whipped cream to be too runny. Don't be impatient because otherwise it's just, gonna be kind of soupy. You wanna have some really nice, stiff peaks. It'll be glossy, but not wet looking. You'll know, trust me. So we're getting there. You can see in the bowl, it just looks like a big pillowy pile of snow in this bowl. It's just perfect. Just a few little wet spots. I'm just going to put those towards the beater. And there you go. You can see that consistency. It, sticks to the spoon really nicely. It's not runny. So that's just perfect. So I'm just going to set that aside. Going to keep dipping my cookies just enough to, again, infuse a little bit of flavor. And everything that I use in any of my recipes, they're all just readily available at really any grocery store. I don't try to use ingredients that are obscure to find because nobody's got time for that. And these freeze really well. So if you know you're gonna wanna make this recipe for Christmas and you're shopping and you see them, pick them up, stick them in the freezer. They thaw really quickly. Those two wanna stick together. And if you have a little bit of sherry left in your bowl, after you're done dipping all the cookies, you can add a little extra, just kind of drizzle it over your layers. We certainly don't want that to go to waste, do we? I don't know if you'd want to drink it necessarily because it's got crumbs in it. There we go. Our cookies are all dipped. Our next step is going to be putting together the beautiful layers of our trifle.
Was that 4 or 5? He's lost count and still thinks he can drive. Do you think he knows that when he is caught and charged with impaired driving, he'll lose his license and a lot more? If he gets in his car, he'll face costs exceeding $20,000. Does he realize he could have a criminal record for his choice to drive? And it could be much worse if he crashes. Wonder what he'll be thinking tomorrow.
Have a Holden one at 15.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive soap.
Looking for great seats to all the action? Rogers Super Sports Pack delivers. With NBA League Pass, get up to 40 out-of-market games every week, all season long. More dunks, more slams, more to love, live in HD. NBA League Pass, part of the Rogers Super Sports Pack. All this for only $35.95 a month. Order through your remote on Channel 431 or call 1-888-ROGERS-1 today. Rangers action on Rogers TV.
Join Natasha McKenty for In Studio. Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe.
Cooking in the kitchen with all things from Ontario.
In Studio, Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
All right, so we are ready to assemble all these beautiful layers. I don't know if anybody watches Friends out there, but I'm not going to make the same kind of trifle that Rachel did with the jam and the lady's fingers and the layer of peas and onions and beef. She kind of accidentally incorporated a shepherd's pie into it. So whenever I make trifle, I laugh at that episode. So as you see, I've pulled my custard out that I made last night, and I do have some saran wrap on the top. You just want to make sure you don't get that kind of skin on it like you would if you're making a pudding or something like that. So to have a little bit of saran on it is just perfect. So we're going to start with our lady's fingers, and you can be very specific if you want to. Oh, I got to put some jam on them and cut them down to fit, but I like to do things a little more rustically. So I do have some seedless raspberry jam. You can use a homemade preserve, you can use strawberry, you can use currant, you can use whatever you'd like. I like to use a seedless preserve and a nice quality one. I don't like having the seeds in there. So I have heated it up just a little bit. I'm going to run a little bit on each cookie or lady finger as I put it in. And you can feel that these lady's fingers have just softened up a little bit as the sherry is soaking in, and I can certainly smell it. It smells beautiful. As you can see, you don't have to be too particular because you're not really going to see everything as all the layers are in there. So it's just going to make all these beautiful little layers. So I've got a layer of the cookies with the sherry, with the jam. Now we're going to put a little bit of the custard in there. And you want to make sure everything kind of goes to the edge of the bowl for sure, so that there's no gaps in there when you're looking at the beautiful layers, and when you're scooping, everything has a little bit of everything. So I've made enough of everything so that we can have 2 nice layers of trifle. Other than that, you're gonna probably need a dinner plate to serve it. So we've got a nice layer of custard. I'll put a little bit more just in the center. Perfect. You can also put some beautiful fresh berries in there, but again, this is the recipe that my family loves the most. It's actually, I can't take full credit for it. Actually, I can't take any credit for it. It's my mother-in-law's way of making trifle. She introduced this to me many, many years ago, and she asked me if I was going to put my own spin on it for TV, and I said, no way. I said, nobody in the family will eat it if I put my own spin on it, because this is just, it's so light and so flavor infused. It's just beautiful. So if I want my family to come and eat all the leftovers, I got to make sure I make it the way my mother-in-law makes it. So you can see all those beautiful layers. I'm going to do another layer with the lady's fingers. You can put as much jam or as little jam as you want. Again, everything kind of in moderation. You don't want one flavor to overwhelm another. Everything is, you just want it to all blend together beautifully. But you can see how quick this really all comes together. The only part you have to remember is, you know, to make your custard the night before, or at least a few hours before. So I'm just going to finish this up. I can't wait to have a big bowl of trifle for dinner tonight. There's really no point in making anything else because this is all I really want. Just going to pour this on top. And if you're smart, you'll leave a little bit of this custard in the bowl behind so you can snack on that before you get to dig into the trifle later. Get the last of this whipped cream. Put this on top. Again, you can garnish it with some beautiful slivered almonds if you want, if you're making, you know, a trifle out of pudding and chocolate and stuff like that, candy pieces, but you are gonna love this one. Look how light and fluffy that looks. And I always like to just wipe the inside of my bowl so it looks nice and tidy. There you go, a beautiful layered traditional English trifle with gorgeous notes of raspberries and cherry. I hope you've enjoyed my trip to England today with our Sweet Escapes. We will see you again soon.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Linda Ockwell Jenner and Steve Bentley invite local entrepreneurs and small business experts to share their stories of success in small business. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
What's with all this technology? Do you find it a little daunting to use or learn it? I'm going to help simplify things and remove the fears with step-by-step instructions for your computers, tablets, and smart devices. Technically Simple every Monday at 4 p.m.
Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Get to the Point. I'm the host, Gord McLean, and I'm here with an outstanding Rogers TV All-Star panel. Great to have everybody aboard today. I'd like to introduce you, if you don't mind. To my left, Andrew Shackleton. Great to have you. You usually sit farther away from me, and we argue quite well that way.
So this isn't good.
There's a problem. When people sit close to me, I don't argue as much with it because I'm afraid. Like you're within punching distance.
Fisticuffs. I don't believe you, by the way.
Oh, it's true.
We're going to have a great time.
Okay. Well, yeah. Well, there's just water in the cup, so don't get your hopes up. In the center, of course, we have, but not center politically, I don't think.
No, not at all.
We have Daryl Fletcher. You may know him as Chef D from Chef D TV. Great to have you here. Thanks for taking the time out because I know how busy you are.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And of course, another very busy person we have is Mark Benkovic. He hasn't been on the show in a little while, but it's great to have him back. He's a mortgage broker out there in the KW area.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you aboard again today.
Nice to be here.
Hey guys, of course you know the election was just a day or two ago, and everyone's still talking about it. I don't know if it was a surprise to you. The Liberals got a minority government. It seemed that that's the way it was heading, particularly in the last week of the election. But it's the repercussions now that Trudeau's been elected to this minority, because the way the election was fought, I think it's created a lot of problems for him, particularly the divide between the western provinces, particularly Alberta and Saskatchewan, and Quebec, because it seems the Prime Minister pitted those two regions against each other in order to garner more support in the East. I don't know if that's true, but let's just start by discussing the thing as a whole. Daryl, I'm going to start with you in the center.
I'm wearing my blue shirt. You know, you all know that I'm a conservative, and yet again, they did a horrible job at running this campaign. They had it handed to them, really. And Andrew Scheer went on to, and I like the man, went on the debates, and all he did was point fingers at Trudeau. There was nothing said about, you know, how we're going to change, what we're going to, you know, do differently to govern this country. We're in debt up to our eyeballs. When you start talking about that, you know, when you start, you know, making some policies, some changes, and there was nothing. It was just like throwing mud at each other, and no wonder he didn't win. And once I saw, when I turned the TV on, we were doing an event that night, and I saw that Trudeau had 26 votes already from the East, I'm going, this is not going to go well for us, you know? So yeah, I was a little bit disheartening, and hopefully, I think Scheer should step down.
Me too. You're right, everything you said.
So.
Now, Andrew, you're not conservative by nature, are you?
No.
Okay, now you thinking Scheer should step down. Is that because of his ineptitude in running a poor campaign, or like, why do you think he doesn't represent the conservative cause?
Oh, I don't care, to be honest. It's just the Liberals tend to eat their own. The knives will be out for him in no time. And Chef D was spotting the money. I watched the debates as well, and all he was doing was attacking Trudeau, and there was no substance about what he wanted to deliver. You were spotting the money.
I don't know. I think when it comes to Scheer, there are a few problems. I think that he's not the charismatic candidate that you would need to run against somebody like Trudeau, because Trudeau's just based on charisma.
Oh,
as far as I'm concerned,
no substance there.
I would call him an empty suit. However, he doesn't like to wear a suit jacket.
Right.
He just likes rolling up his sleeves and loosening his tie.
Yes.
Because he's working all
so
the
hard.
time.
Oh, he is like the hardest working. He's burning the midnight oil, working on the books, creating a humongous deficit we'll never recover from.
Exactly. Hold it. Not us. It's our great-great-great-grandchildren that will never.
I'm just worried about me.
Okay.
Well, you know what? And I'm worried about this government. Mark, what do you think? Do you think this government's going to last 2 years even? Because I'm thinking this. He has to get support from, and it'll be the NDP, because that was already in the, that alliance was already in the bag.
Right.
Oh,
But doesn't the bloc have way more seats?
The NDP's against the pipeline.
Yeah.
But if he wants to unite this country, and like he says, and I know he's talking right now while we're doing the show, he wants to get the West, wants to get them to like him. So he's going to have to go for the pipeline. They need the pipeline to the, but the NDP's against it. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, is that going to be the thing that finally collapses the government? What do you think?
I know, it flipped. Honestly, on a personal level, I hope they don't last 2 years. I don't think they will. I read some great pieces about Trudeau, and personally, I don't like the man, I don't like the party, but then I could say the same thing this time around about all the parties and all the leaders.
You don't
very
like anybody?
It was very difficult for me to vote this time because it was very disappointing.
There's so many different ones now. Mm-hmm. We have extra parties.
Extra parties.
Well, maybe that one will finally just go into the abyss.
What, the...
Bernier, he's done. He's
Bernier's?
done. Yeah.
I want to know where the money's going to go from all those candidates that put that money into the pool to become a candidate. Didn't he have like 300 of them? I'd like to know where all that money went, They didn't do a huge job of marketing themselves, and I want to know how much Bernier got out of all that.
What, you mean personal gain?
Yes.
Are you accusing him of some kind of embezzlement?
I don't know about that, but...
Or are you just speculating?
I'm speculating.
I don't think it matters. I think the whole exercise there was he didn't get the leadership.
That's exactly it.
So
he's mad about
he left in the huff, and it was if we can get enough traction, then we could lose an election, both parties, the PCs and the People's Party of Canada, could both lose in the election, but at least if he got some seats and a good percentage of the votes, he could say, okay, and then it would be like let's merge the parties together, and that way he could claim the leadership.
Yeah.
And that could still be in the cards.
I don't think so. I think now that they saw that, as Canadians, it's still the three parties, as much as the Green Party was that little, party that could. Yeah, or couldn't. Depends on how you look at it. Yes, they got some more support throughout their ridings, and I think that's great. And, and I think the other leaders, and I think both Liberals, Conservatives, as a majority of who got the majority of the votes, should really look inside themselves. And I'm saying that as a Conservative. I think we definitely have to look inside ourselves as a party, whether it be Scheer, and come back out and have a different policy, have a different mandate, have a different mandate, have a mandate, And I really hope we last longer than 2 years. This costs us millions and millions of dollars that we don't have. Governments don't make money.
Funny thing is, I want to talk about Bernier. That guy actually, as you guys know, I'm not a conservative. Bernier, though, I remember him under Harper. He had tons of charisma. I think that the Conservatives really actually messed up not giving it to him. He might have actually given Trudeau a run for his money. Aside from, questionable things like hanging out with strippers that were tied into Hell's Angels.
Oh, that's the least of your worries with that.
But he had charisma. He really did.
Oh. I think it's sad that they have to put up a candidate that has charisma.
It matters.
Right? You can't put up a qualified man anymore.
No,
you need
exactly.
somebody who's going to showboat it.
Yep.
Yeah. Against Trudeau, though, what choice do you have?
And I'll tell you, that's not the person you really want to lead the country. I mean, look at this guy. Look at the guy that's in now, right? Justin Trudeau. Okay, and I know half the country, 37% of the country supported him.
Right.
Yeah, but that charisma thing matters. Like Jagmeet Singh came up because of his performance.
I think it matters to the worst element.
You're right.
Because it's like, oh yeah, well I like that. He's sexy.
Yeah.
Who gives a
But that's the saddest commentary about this whole election. Has become a popularity contest. But ever since in my lifetime, since the 70s, I've seen just successive protest votes instead of positive progress. People are protesting against the previous guy that screwed up, and we have this accumulated massive screw-up.
Well, it wasn't always a popularity contest, or else Diefenbaker would have been prime minister.
That's true, right?
Ed Stanfield would have been the leader of the Conservatives at one time.
Yeah.
But I mean, the whole Trudeau era with Pierre Trudeau, the father, that's where it kind of started for us.
Yep.
But I think the Barack Obama thing in the United States, that cemented Justin Trudeau getting in.
Oh.
A person who wasn't qualified, who had zero experience, and then suddenly he's the leader of a federal party and then prime minister, almost instantaneously.
Pretty much.
Gordon, you say that, and he was an MP for 6 years before. How can you say he doesn't have experience? He didn't just come out of nowhere.
He wasn't exactly like the legislator.
No, but he had more experience.
Okay, how many
than
bills
Scheer.
did he bring forward to Parliament?
Can you answer that?
I think the answer is 0.
That makes sense. I would believe you on that one.
Well, anyhow, you got this guy in there, and I'm telling you, he ran an election. Correct me if I'm wrong. You jump in anytime you want, because and I won't interrupt you.
It's almost the end of the segment.
Sounds like a politician.
No, it's not that. It's another thing. I'll talk to you about it later. Anyways, the guy ran the campaign, and I think he ran a very divisive campaign, demonized conservative voters, not just Andrew Scheer, but the people that vote conservative. Demonized a lot of conservatives in Ontario in particular, alienated the Western provinces, and that was essentially his keys to those were his keys to victory. And now he comes out, and here's the worst thing is, okay, Scheer's giving what essentially is a concession speech, and our Prime Minister comes out and decides to come out during the guy's concession speech, and knowing that they'll cut him off and go to the PM.
And they did. I watched it.
They did. Well, because it's the Prime Minister, you have to. I mean, what are you going to go with?
That was low beyond. That was beyond low.
But he knew. I mean, that was engineered. They knew what they were doing. So, and then comes out and says, I'm going to unite the country.
No, you're not.
All he's done is divide it.
That's the ultimate hypocrisy when he did that.
Well, why do you think, Mark? Go ahead.
Because he doesn't respect anybody. You know, the guy is just all about himself, and he thinks that he's doing something. But yeah, exactly. His father started. I never voted for the Liberals in my life, and it started with his father back in the 70s. And so now this is like the ultimate joke of a little puppet there that thinks he's responsible for what the party is doing, and he represents all the good that he's supposedly done, but in reality he hasn't done anything. He, like you pointed out, he's divided the country more than ever. I used to live in Winnipeg, so their attitude about the East and Ottawa has never changed. It's now just more highlighted than ever before.
And we've become a red Ontario in the federal part of it, you know, and I think, and we were talking off air, I think, you know, the Doug Ford, again, came into play on that, right? Like, oh no, Andrew Scheer is going to become just like Doug Ford. It's cut and slash, or, you know, do the hide and seek where, you know, you take some money from here and you give some money back here. So I think that was the other big part of it, is that Ontario, you know, because everything happens here, is that, you know, that's where they really won the games. Like, you looked at the Kitchener-Waterloo riding where we're in, is all red.
We have to take a break, but when we come back, I want to talk about Doug Ford and his impact on the election. Folks, we're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more election talk. All that in just 2 short minutes. Stay tuned.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Family, it's just extremely important. People move around. Connected for Success has just made it so much easier. For the longest time, I was on cloud 9. It connects you to family. It connects you to the outside world, and it makes you feel connected to the community. It was a whole new experience. You realize then how much you missed out. In fact, connect is my favorite word now. I love that word. It keeps me out of trouble.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored 4-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
Hi, I'm Dave Carroll, host of Brant Life. Join me every Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. for a brand new show featuring you and your stories and the things you care about right here on Brant Life on Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the show. We were discussing the federal election. A whole lot happened during the break. I hope they can bring some of the energy to this segment. Anyways, I'm going to reintroduce this panel very quickly. I have Andrew Shackleton, I have Daryl Fletcher, and I have Mark Benkovic. Guys, welcome to the show. It's great to have you. And wow, that election. Before we went to break, Daryl, you had brought up Doug Ford. Do you think it was a problem that they hid
Yes.
Doug Ford for the last 90 days?
I really do. I totally get it because he can go off the cuff pretty quickly, but he changed the Liberal government to a Conservative government here in Ontario. Do you not think he'd have some grassroots supporters that would be maybe looking elsewhere, whether it be the Green, whether it be the PPC, where they might have gone Conservative and changed some ridings? I don't think it would have made that big a difference, but you just can't hide them.
Hey, the PCs were down 40,000 votes in Ontario.
I know, right? So where does that come from? The grassroots.
Yeah. Well, because you know what? Like him or not, he motivates.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he motivates more grassroots Conservatives than he does Liberals or NDP to vote against something.
Yeah.
Daryl's pointed out a really interesting thing because the Conservatives at the provincial level killed the Liberals at the last election. And it shows how fickle people are. They went from being ticked off at the Liberals to being ticked off the Conservatives in no time, and they forgot about everything that was messed up for the previous 4 to 16 years.
See, really, I don't think they were, in this federal election, I don't think they were upset at the Conservatives. I just don't think the Conservatives motivated them enough.
Not at all. No. Not a chance.
What do you think, Andrew?
I think anybody who's of liberal mind, pretty much anywhere in America and Canada, is kind of scared of this upwelling that you've seen of nationalism, of conservatism worldwide. And
what do you mean, populism?
Yeah, well, nationalism's part of that, right? And I think a big chunk of the Liberal voters are scared of what we've seen in America, scared of what we've seen in Australia, scared of what we've seen in Britain. And so our reaction to the Conservatives...
What specifically are we scared of? What are we afraid of?
Let me see. Well, talking about conservatism. So conservatives generally pull higher on things like being anti-immigration.
No, they're not anti-immigration. Anti-illegal immigration.
Right.
Pro-legal immigration.
Just general.
Hold on. Where in the world? Okay, here's where you and I go. Yeah. Folks, start your PVRs.
All right.
Where in the world do you get that idea from? Not one populist party in the Western world has come out as being anti-immigration. Anti-illegal immigration,
not what I said, Gordon.
Certainly.
That's not what I said. I said if you survey conservative people, generally they pull higher on questions like we're bringing too many immigrants into the country. No, I'm talking about a survey. I'm not talking about what a party says.
But it's the way you're wording it. And I hate, and I see people in the media do this all the time. Yeah. They twist it. It's like this word migrant they keep using instead of illegal immigrant, which is what they are.
Gord, I didn't use any of those words.
You just say immigrant.
I just said...
You just blanket it with immigrant.
Yeah.
People are against illegal immigration.
I can't...
They don't mind going through the process because 99% of us, our ancestors or even ourselves came here by doing it the legal way and going through the process. And I don't know what this hyper reality is now where people are like, oh, well, just open the doors, let them in. No need for borders. This is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And you can't just use this blanket term immigrant, Andrew.
I'm talking about a poll, Gord. So anyways, that's one issue.
What poll says immigrant? Well, then the poll's invalid.
Mm-hmm. It's a valid question to ask. And
no, it isn't.
Well, what's your take on it? Should we let in more or less? Right now, we'll have a poll.
I believe in legal immigration.
You didn't answer the question.
Yeah, I did.
Are you comfortable with current levels of immigration in Canada? Would you like them lowered or would you like them raised? That's a poll.
I'm comfortable with the,
with where they are right
immigration.
Now. No, it's not what I asked you.
I'm uncomfortable with the redefining of what a refugee is, because now it's economic.
But that's not what I asked you. I just said, are you happy with current levels?
I'm giving you a comprehensive answer.
Current levels.
I'm not filling out an ABC questionnaire.
But that's all this was about. Anyways, people tend
it's all playing tricks.
No,
Folks, don't fall for this garbage. Because they're going to play tricks on you all the time. Using words like migrant, immigrant, this and that. Trying to paint somebody that's for something legal and maintaining a system and maintaining our borders and our security for this blanketed, use the word migrant because nobody can figure out what exactly that is. And now everyone's basically a refugee because, if you have economic hardship in your home country, you get a free pass. That's BS. I mean, there's a system that you can follow, and then it brings people over because immigration does enrich our nation.
No, it doesn't.
Legal immigration does.
It does.
But just open borders doesn't. And that's the thing. And I just hate how we're getting tricked by words and how the media likes to express these
words
things.
matter, Gord.
Yeah, they do. And I'll tell you, the propagandists know that better than anybody else. That's why they invent all these new terms for what is simply illegal immigration.
I'm very glad, though, you participated in the survey. But if you ask, generally speaking, conservatives are more inclined to say we have too much immigration of any kind in the country. That's what that was about.
I don't agree with that. Look at all the problems in Europe with illegal immigration because people just come over and there's this swath of millions of people that have caused all kinds of problems in all of Europe. It's
not to
what we're
mention
experiencing
the
here is a
human
drop in
lives
the
as
bucket.
well,
Exactly.
I mean, just in Great Britain today, they discovered a semi-truck with, 39 bodies in it.
Horrible.
People that were, it's essentially
Being
human
smuggled.
trafficking.
It was.
They pay these
exorbitant amounts of money and try and get in a better way.
Yeah, there's no air in
rather
there,
than
my
go
God.
through the process and try and legally.
Yeah, from Bulgaria, I saw that. That's just absolutely brutal.
This whole conversation reminds me of a documentary I saw about 2 years ago where the Swedish professor was talking about how, in terms of percentages, the problems of the world have shrinked a lot in the last 200 years. But in terms of actual numbers, we've got more slavery and more rotten stuff happening now in terms of actual numbers than ever before in history. And these are the things that the governments are not dealing with to try to change them, and probably they can change them, it's just too much. But they're great at doing what you guys were just explaining and demonstrating with using words to deflect from the real basic issues.
No, I was never deflecting from anything. I made a statement, Gord challenged me on it. That's all it was. You can poll people and they'll have opinions on things. That's all.
Opinions. That's the problem.
But that's what
7 billion.
That's
opinions.
what polling is, though, Mark.
It can't all be right.
It doesn't matter. A poll's a poll. If you ask somebody a question, they have an opinion on it.
But a poll is it really anything other than that person or you can warp the poll to say anything it wants, and the polls through this whole election were nothing but crap, and
they're paid polls, right?
Well, you actually see, speaking of what we're talking about, Bernier ran billboard ads saying, say no to immigration. So this is exactly
what him.
But that's what his party was standing for.
That's his party.
And it happened to be very
wasn't
conservative.
a big topic in the whole election, so
why
are we spending time talking about it?
Well, there's people that are conservative that I know would absolutely agree with Bernier. Hands down.
Well, I guess the massive country didn't agree with Bernier.
Well, I don't know. I'm glad for that. But what I'm saying is the people on the left, the people that are liberal, are scared of people like the PPC.
Now,
very much so.
You're sticking with, you rode in on this horse and you're sticking to it, and I give you credit. I give you credit. You keep using the word immigration. You don't say legal or illegal immigration. You don't say migrants and
illegal's tiny.
Refugees. So I'm going to just take you at your word that the billboard said, say no to immigration.
Yeah.
Not illegal immigration or open borders or anything. So if it said that, well, that's good and fine. But you can't blanket all conservatives with this guy.
No.
I didn't. I said it was a certain
right.
He couldn't even win his own riding.
Yeah, I know.
Okay? So
he should have been the leader of the conservatives.
No,
he had charisma.
have.
Why?
No.
Why do you say that?
He shouldn't have been.
Well, you guys are complaining about the election being lost. He had more personality than Scheer.
Well, he didn't have enough to win his own riding, for Pete's sake.
That's because he went off on this crazy tangent. That was his mistake, starting this own party.
Look, Hitler had tons of personality too, but
yeah.
him as a leader.
Good point. Good point.
You know, they need someone that's charismatic, but they also need someone that agrees with primary conservative values.
But to take this to a whole different election, a different subject, is I laughed at how many, all the leaders got up and said, oh, we won. No, you didn't. Trudeau, you lost seats. Scheer, you didn't win anything. And the NDP, really?
Yeah, they lost like 20, 30 seats.
So how do you say that you actually won anything on this? Yes, the NDP now is going to be that little party that's like a bug on an elephant's rump,
They don't
right?
even have
Right?
They don't even have as many seats as the Bloc in
No,
Quebec.
I know, and it's ridiculous. It drives me insane. This, and I know it's democratic, and I know, this is kind of what we live in, and it's going to come out. But nobody won this, folks. Nobody won this.
The country lost in general.
The public won this. Coalitions are great.
They totally lost.
Coalitions are great.
No, they're not.
Tell that to Italy.
Look at the bureaucrats that are going to be behind the scenes stalling everything.
They've always been in there stalling everything. That's what bureaucrats do.
Oh gosh, darn it.
Yeah, bureaucrats are a stain on democracy. It doesn't matter who's in power. The democracy we live in, of course.
That's an illusion. We just had that conversation before the show.
We don't live in a democracy. Anyways.
Look, I don't see how a coalition government
It's going to last more than 2 years.
Is going to last more than 2 years. And we've got to go through this whole process again. And it's expensive, and obviously emotionally for the country, it doesn't unite us. I mean, if the country's this divided after this election, once this coalition government fails, and it will fail as they all do, how much more divided is it going to get?
But the thing is, it's not the boogeyman people make it out to. Italy's had coalition governments for years.
Yeah, and they can't. Look at Italy.
Are they in the abyss? No. Is it civil war? No.
They're a mess. They're bankrupt.
Okay, well, how about Israel?
Disaster.
Israel's doing just fine. How about Germany? Doing just fine. I mean, these are major countries in the world. Germany's economy is the biggest economy in Europe, and they have coalition governments constantly in their fine.
Germany has a lot of problems, my friend. One of them.
So do we.
One of them is open borders.
Right. Big problem.
That's why.
But all of Europe's got that problem, though.
Especially Germany, because it is the strongest country economically, and that's why all the
but open borders has nothing to do with coalition governments.
There is no open borders. People are just spilling over because they can.
I know, but that has nothing to do with my point, which was coalition governments are successful.
Yeah, well.
Look at Israel.
Doesn't look that
Tell me what's wrong with Israel
right now is thrown into chaos.
It's always like that, and the country itself though is fine.
It's in chaos. As of today, I was just reading the paper. There are problems in the streets now.
Again.
Because the country's so divided.
But over politics or over the Arab-Israeli thing?
Over politics. Over the Knesset.
That might be because Netanyahu needs to be in jail.
That's a whole other topic.
I got to do a special with this guy.
It's going to be one-on-one with
whole new show.
Oh, my God.
Put the gloves on.
Did I just hear it was 30 seconds to break? 20 seconds to break.
Hey, did you hear about Netanyahu's wife on the plane?
Go ahead.
She lost her mind on the plane.
We got to take a break, folks. We'll be back with, I don't know what, in 2 more minutes. Please stay tuned.
Add some to your life. Let's go. CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview is on.
I'm bringing the party to you.
What the hell are you doing out here, Picard? Saving the galaxy?
Fancy a trip in the box?
The crisis has begun.
I am attempting to save the multiverse. Explore our universe.
Engage.
CTV Sci-Fi Channel free preview on now.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
Storm action on Rogers TV.
Find out what's trending. Join me, Aliyah Ali, as I explore Waterloo Region and beyond, looking for trendy ideas. #Trending, Thursdays at 7 p.m., only on Rogers TV.
Hi, everybody. We're back. This is Get to the Point. I'm still Gordon McLean. To my left, Andrew Love Shack Shackleton.
Here we go again.
In the center, we got Daryl Fletcher. You may know him as Chef D. Of course you do. Jeez, the guy's poof. It's all over the place. Great guy. And Mark Benkovic as well, returning guests. Hey, we're going to shift gears, but not really, because this is going to cause problems. I can just see it. Down in the United States, they've got the Democratic primaries going on. And Bernie Sanders was quoted as saying, we don't need the billionaires. Yeah. We got the 1%, 2% of the 1%, the 0.1%, and they got to be taxed. He wants to get rid of billionaires. He thinks that they're not paying their fair share, that they're too wealthy. It's obnoxious they're so wealthy. Says a man who owns 3 homes, including a beach house.
Right.
And has only worked for the government.
Hypocrisy is tantamount.
Anyways, so he's out there saying that. Elizabeth Warren has her own proposal to tax the rich.
Oh, they're both nuts.
I'm not going to start with you because I know where it's going to go.
Say nothing.
No, you will. I'll get to you in a minute. See, you got a big finish.
Got to lead it in.
Mark, I'm going to start with you. What do you think about all this nonsense?
I think they're just trying to...
Is it nonsense?
It is nonsense. They're trying to appeal to the masses. I believe that both...
See, I got to interrupt you there. I know there's somebody watching that hates that. Maybe they're not watching. I hope they're not watching. To hell with them. I'm going to interrupt you. I don't think that's what the masses want. I think that's like 20%. It's the far left. The United States, it will never be socialist. It's against every grain that runs through their free blood.
Right. Being financially successful is their whole thing. So they are going against the grain of that. And they think they're trying to, they think they're going to appeal to people by doing that. It's nuts. You know, you hit it right at the crux of it. The American economy is built on people coming and having nothing and building up to the top. So we've got, you know, people that have billions of dollars, some of whom are doing amazing things through their philanthropy. And here the government wants to take different amounts of their hard-earned, legitimately earned savings and have it in the government hands where you got to deal with bureaucracy, red tape, inefficiency, waste. Forget about it. I think this is completely stupid.
Hard-earned, Mark. Don't you know how capital gains works? There's a lot of people down there not doing the damn thing.
You're supposed to be last. Is that why Trudeau
I'll
wants to...
get to you in a second, Andrew. Daryl, I want to ask you. What do you think? Do you think income redistribution?
No, because it's not going to go to the end result anyways, right? It's going to get stuck in some government whatever, and it's going to go somewhere else that it wasn't supposed to go, and they're going to spend another $1 trillion somewhere else. I think this is a load of crap. You know, again, you know, yes, it is playing to the people who vote for Trump. They're thinking, as the Democrats are thinking, that it's getting the people back on our side. You know,
See,
I know what you're going. I know where you're going to go. But I just think that they're so far out of touch with their voting populace that, again, they're grasping at straws. So they're thinking, oh, we're going to steal from the rich and give to the poor. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Those billionaires own some companies that keep people employed, right? So what? You don't want them now making their share? Like, that's what free society is about. And if you're gonna tax it, then they're gonna go somewhere else, or they're gonna hide their money somewhere else.
Oh yeah.
But that's not what it's about.
I agree with everything.
You guys, it's about punishing success.
No.
It always has been.
The laws about where tax rates are set by politicians. And guess who influences politicians? Wealthy business people. Corporate tax rates, personal income tax rates back. They have no power. They have no power at all.
Really? Whoa. Are you out of your cotton-picking mind?
To affect legislation, come on.
The Trial Lawyers Association, which is essentially a union, is one of the. What about the teachers' union?
They have no power over setting policy.
How much money does the teachers union have?
Let's talk about this.
How much?
When do you ever hear in the media any discussion at all about corporate tax rates?
Because it's the media.
Right.
But guess why they don't talk about
the
it?
bill for the media, the corporations.
Exactly. That's my whole point. If you look at tax rates in the 50s, personal income taxes on the highest income earners were 70% of income.
It seems like.
Why do you shake your head? You can look this stuff up there.
I can look it up, but you know what? Do you have your own corporation? Do you work for yourself?
Of course I do.
And I know how much money we put out on a regular basis. Not only do we put money out for our employees, we put money out when we want to build a new business, we give it to the municipalities, all this stuff. So don't be giving me this, that it's the corporate tax and this, that, and the other thing. We give our fair share. I think everybody who gets going and becomes successful, we pick on them.
I'll tell you this right now, because I pay taxes too. Anybody that's in business for themselves, compared to a guy earning an hourly wage or a salary, right out of the gate in my business, I've got tons of advantages compared to a guy who's earning just a wage.
Ton of advantages, but you're paying out 10 times more than that guy with the wage to different taxes everywhere you go, whether it be buying products, whether it be
but it's not you and me I'm worried about. It's the guys that have billions of dollars.
Well, because they started where you and me were, and they got a lucky break, or they had an advantage, and some of them had an advantage because
probably a third or half of the wealthiest people in the world had money handed to them.
How did Bill Gates get his money handed to him?
You're using one example.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Right.
Yeah, there's
the Apple guy.
The guy that owns Amazon.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk
about
coming
out of China.
The guy that owns Alibaba.
Let's talk about Galen Weston. Let's talk about the
Elon Musk.
Here. Let's talk about
he's
Galen
sending people to Mars.
Hey, Galen, his father.
And you know what that
mines.
is? That's ingenuity. And people self-supporting and going out there and trying something and taking a risk.
His father owned mines.
And if you tax these businesses and stuff, they're going to leave, and then they won't employ people.
I know,
here
but
anymore.
my point about all this is you guys pretending that it's picking on the wealthy. 55 years ago, 60 years ago,
that's
they
what he
did.
wants to do.
No, they did. So how do you think rates got from there 50 years ago to where they are now?
You know why?
Corporate lobbying, and that's not right. That's not democratic.
If you want to talk about paying to rebuild Europe. In order to halt the communist menace and pay for the debt that we incurred fighting the Nazis and Tojo, well, yeah, that's going to cost you some money. But we're not doing that right now. What we're doing is expanding economically, or trying to, and we've got somebody that wants to use that economic expansion in order to pay for everyone's university because he thinks he's living in freaking Sweden, and I'll tell you he's not, because that model that socialists use for financing medicine and education is based on countries that own the natural resources. Like Sweden and stuff, they own their mining and forestry, etc. So they have a direct profit from that. Whereas if it's businesses like here or in the United States, then they want to tax everyone to pay for it.
But the average person,
that's why they can get away with it in these small populated areas. Like our country.
Well, let's talk about the ordinary person. The average person in America, the average person
in America has the right to be a bum or be a billionaire.
No, the thing is, their wages have been flat for 40 years straight. So is ours, and real earning power. Our wages for an ordinary person have been completely flat, and meanwhile, the wealthy are going like this.
And
worldwide.
How is tax policy change is going to change because the jobs have disappeared for economic reasons to places like China and Mexico and India where they can do everything cheaper.
When you talk about income and stuff being flat, well, actually, in this current administration in the United States, in the last 3 years, income has gone up over $7,800 U.S., okay, per person. That's how much it's gone up. It was flat during the Obama administration. In fact, it was negative. So you got to update your stats on that one.
I'd love to see those questionable stats, Gord.
Just look it up.
I will.
Just try to get off the Huffington Post.
But anyway, the thing is about all this stuff, ordinary people's income.
Wall Street Journal.
I read it. You have to read all this stuff. You have to know everything that's going on in media on all sides of the debate. But the problem is the average person's lot in life is flat.
What about what about entrepreneurialism, which is the thing that made America great, and has made our country great as well? People starting small businesses.
What I have issue with is all the talk, especially from conservative governments. We've got to slash the hell out of everything. Well, guess what? You have no money coming into your tax coffers because you're not taxing the people who can afford to pay it. That's why I have issue with this. We're broke. Oh my God, let's try taxing people higher. Then we'll have more money.
It's no different whether we're talking about the billionaires or the average person. Every time they raise taxes, the economic result is the government's worse off. It doesn't work, and it doesn't work because of what you said.
No one's ever
the billionaires are mobile.
No society has ever taxed itself into prosperity.
No.
Name one.
And the billionaires are mobile, as you pointed out. If they don't have their money in offshore jurisdictions like the politicians and billionaires already do, Microsoft, and I could go on and on and on, they could easily do that in a really short period of time. So this policy of taxing billionaires, it's a joke.
It does not make it right. And you think about what was causing these sky-high taxes.
The world is not right. The world is not fair. So to expect fairness from an unfair world that is chaos just doesn't make sense.
If you want to increase corporate taxes, and I see your reasoning behind it, they're making massive amounts of money, and I'm not, so that's not fair. So let's have a level playing field.
It's not about me.
But I'll tell you, but you know what the repercussions are? Here's what they're going to do. They'll pass on not their savings, they'll pass on their deficit to you, the consumer. So that'll just raise prices. So they'll lay off employees.
What's the alternative? Slashing everything and saying, "Oh, we got no money," and making everything miserable for ordinary people?
The alternative is promoting growth. And with growth, to me, it's not a bad thing. Maybe it is to you. With growth, there's profits.
Profits are okay, Gord. Like I like money as much as the next man. I'm just saying all this talk all the time. The government's saying, "Oh, we're broke, we're broke, we're broke."
Well, they are.
I know, but guess why they're broke?
They are. Well, I'll tell you one reason why they're broke is because 46% of the people just pay only 46% of the people pay taxes. That's a problem. Everybody wants free shit, and those days have got to stop.
Everybody pays taxes.
Oh gosh, darn it! How about a little austerity?
Right, agreed.
I mean, and it's not only free, what I said before.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
Believe it. The shame is sometimes we run in the morning. Oh, but if you're letting your kid watch this, shame on you. There are plenty of other choices out there. Oh, besides my ugly mug.
Rating on this show.
But
it's fun though.
But no, it's like, going back to your immigrant thing, too. It's like, okay, you want to open borders? That costs money because these people come here with nothing. And then they have to be re-educated because they probably don't speak the language, and they need housing, and then they need medical care, and they need schooling.
It's worse because some of them know about all these policies and just come to abuse it.
I need to take a break. We've got 20 seconds left. Oh, the things I do for you people at home. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Anyways, we're going to take a break. When we come back, oh, geez, there's lots more to happen. All that in 2 minutes. Please stay tuned.
They served to protect our homes. Now many are homeless. They fought for our way of life. Now many are fighting personal battles of their own. They answered the call for our country. Now we honor them by serving our communities. Help us help Canada's veterans. Become a Legion member today.
Hey everybody, Ben Strasser here. Think Millennial, 9 p.m. Thursday nights. Join us on Rogers TV and our Facebook page. See you then.
Welcome to Forever, man. This is forever. And there will be no surrender. You know that this right here forever. No surrender. It's forever.
My name is Tessa Jennison, and I'm the Trek Director for Waterloo Region Crossing. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek. a cross-regional winter journey that takes you from Cambridge all the way to West Montrose. The Crossing Trek aims to raise awareness about the risks of winter exposure for homeless citizens. It's a fundraiser for the Working Centre, and every single dollar we raise goes to construct new affordable housing in the region. There are 3 different distance options: 10 kilometers, 28 kilometers, or 65 kilometers. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the. We're in the. Oh, we've hit the clubhouse turn.
No.
We're in the home stretch.
No way.
Yes, it's the last segment, fellas.
It's been exhausting.
That went by, boom.
It's flown by.
Really? It did?
Instantaneously.
Well, the breaks go by quick for me. That's
Suck the energy right out of
the other
it.
times I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to reintroduce you guys for the final time since it's the last segment. Andrew Shackleton, Daryl Fletcher, Mark Binkovic. Great to have you here. It's been a joy.
A wild one again.
Even, you know what? I do enjoy arguing. I hope you feel the same way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I take the Prozac when I come here.
I think just when I think you're fine, you go ahead and take another crazy pill. It's like, I thought this way, because you had me fooled at when I first met you. I thought you were kind of right wing.
That's because they dress nice. That's all.
No.
Not as nice as you, mind you.
He thinks liberally.
Yeah. But anyways, it's great to have you all aboard. You know, I've got to switch gears here. And we can always finish. If this doesn't go the length, well, we'll finish with some more crazy arguing. Anyways, I know it as Narcan, Naloxone. Naloxone? Anyways, it's the medicine that you give someone either by injection or inhalation to bring them back if they've OD'd from an opiate, particularly fentanyl. Because of there's this opiate crisis going on, and it really is a crisis. I mean, gee whiz, I think it was last year in Ontario, 1,800 people, or over 1,800 people died from opiate overdose. And I'll tell you, I've heard, like in this town where we do the show, that when you hear an ambulance going, like 80% of the time, it's to go get somebody that OD'd. I mean, so it's not just hurting lives. I mean, people can say, well, who cares? The guy's doing drugs or whatever. They knew what they were getting involved in, so to heck with them. Well, that's all good and fine. You can say that, but then think about this. It's also a huge drain on our resources, not just economically, but emotionally as well for these people that have to go deal with this stuff constantly. Meanwhile, when an ambulance or a first responder is on a call for somebody who's OD'd, gee whiz, like your mom could have a heart attack or something, and they're not there for them. So, I mean, this is cause for concern for all of us. Now, they have these home kits of the Naloxone. Patty, what is that called? Naloxone. I like calling it Narcan. Anyways, that people can use to assist, and it could alleviate a lot of problems. Now, there's a pharmacist that's gone out, and he went to, out in the Toronto area, went to a food fair or whatever and was distributing kits. And he got in a little trouble with the pharmaceutical College of Pharmacists over it, but he's just trying to do some good. Is he doing any good? Should these things be everywhere? What do you think, Darryl?
I think so, and just listening to some reports now that when Kitchener opened up their new safe injection site, that the drug dealers are just hanging around there, and it's free market for them, right? So, and like you said, it is a stretch on the resources, and I don't know what it's like to be dependent in that type, but you're taking away another section, and like you said, yeah, there might be somebody else that needs that ambulance that's not going to get that ambulance, right? So I think if we can help out, and whether it be first responders or whether it just be people that are around the safe injection that could do that, it might help that whole process. And I think as we've seen, it's getting worse, and it's flowing into not only into but into sports, into you know, I just heard a report on The Fan the other day about in some hockey players, right? So I think we're in for a big eye-opening of how massive this really is in not only this part, but it's stretching out into all different aspects of our community.
Now, what do you think, Mark? Do you think we should get this stuff out there as much as possible? Or, you know, there are people that complain like, this is subsidized. Why are we paying for this?
Well, it's not subsidized in Canada. Everything's subsidized. But to me, this is more like the tail wagging the dog. We're talking about the Band-Aid instead of preventing the wound or healing the wound. And I do agree that it should be everywhere. It should be in the hospitals, the ambulances, the fire stations, the doctor's offices, the pharmacies, and it should be accessible. The problem is that the people that end up overdosing, they're dealing with issues. They're not dealing with issues, so they're going to alcohol and drugs instead, and they're not thinking, I might die. A lot of them probably don't even care. And they're in places that are away from all these places that I just mentioned that has
I think you're reading that wrong. I think a lot of these people wrestling with that kind of addiction understand perfectly that they could die.
The big bang on the way out.
They're at the point where they don't care.
And I'm not saying, I think they do care, but the addiction takes such a hold of these. See, I think you're misplacing what the addiction really is about. It's not a joy for them to do the drugs. It's the only way they can
experiencing physical or mental pain, and this is the way they're trying to deal.
No, it's not even at that point. It's physically just to stay alive. They have to consume the drugs because the withdrawal itself could just kill them,
right?
Or it could feel worse than death. So they've chased this dragon, and you know now there's no stopping it. And it leads to so many other problems.
I live in a condo unit. We don't have Noxalone there, and I know people are using drugs in our buildings. So what are you going to do? Put one in every unit?
Well, you can go to the. If you go to a pharmacy, you can pick one up. But I understand that I believe 56% of pharmacies aren't participating in it, even though their costs are covered plus they're augmented as well. They get an education fee because I think it takes about 5 minutes to teach somebody how to use it. Andrew, I'm not shutting you out. What do you think about that?
I think the whole issue about this, you know, we talked about this before, like Chef D, you were talking about that, the whole bringing the drug dealers near the injection sites, that's a problem they're not fixing. But this naloxone thing, you know, think about it. The fireman that sees the guy dead, the ambulance driver that sees the guy dead, the cop sees the guy dead, they've all got psychic damage from having to see this person die. They have family who've been psychically damaged because they're dead. So if we're bringing somebody back to life and not letting them croak, that's a win for everybody. That's plain and simple. Because otherwise they're dead, and then people are miserable. I thought about that, like people who commit suicide, how god-awful that is for those cops, for those first responders.
Their families and friends and everybody.
Every day they're taking home this psychic baggage from people dying. That is the only reason I'd say, okay, give these people this naloxone stuff, because the first responders, they don't deserve that. They've got a hard enough job as it is, you know, and then seeing some poor bastard dead, right?
Well, I know one of the problems associated with this is if you equip, once you equip not just paramedics but police, fire, etc. with it, these guys aren't in the business of performing medical procedures. As minor as this one is, I mean, it has major repercussions, but however, it's a minor thing to do.
I know a captain.
And it gives them a different responsibility, both legally and morally. And I mean, that's a lot to ask of people that are already over stressed.
Yeah, they hate it. They hate it. I know a guy who's a captain in the Kitchener Fire Department. They hate this opiate crap, like just with a passion, because it wastes so much of their time, Gord. You're right.
Yeah. Now, Daryl, what do you think about this, the safe injection sites? Do you think that augments the... I was on the show a couple of weeks ago, and I was saying I thought it augmented the problem. Because it just makes, once you make something easier to do, more people will do it.
I agree with you 100%. And it really opened my eyes. I didn't even think about it when I heard that report about the drug dealers just walking around and here, they're all there. Everybody's there, right?
Yeah, well, it's like putting your cattle in a
in
a corral.
Yeah, so I just, it's disheartening. It's just disheartening, and to see people, you know, go through that. And I didn't even think about the first responders that have to go and revitalize a person, or, you know, or again, pick up the remains of a person. So, and the stress that plays on them and as they go forward, not only the stress on the system, but the stress on the actual person taking that home with them or you know, whatever. And it's really disheartening right now with this. And I don't know the answer. I really don't. I don't have a good answer for this.
Now, I guess we could all agree, I don't know, I can't speak for all of you, that the distribution of the Narcan is a good thing, and you know, the more people that have it and understand how to use it, I mean, the better off we can all be. It's like I carry in my car and in my golf bag and stuff some baby aspirins.
Mm-hmm. For heart, yeah,
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah, well, it's not just for me. Yeah, it's just from the show alone.
Get some now.
Oh, jeez.
It's like carrying a first aid
Oh,
kit,
the
too.
stress of this show combined for my love of fried chicken.
Oh.
Anyways, I'll tell you. No, but no, it's
that's
like
a good thing.
Especially when you're golfing. I mean, people have heart attacks on the golf course constantly. It's a good place to, and these baby aspirins can save somebody's life. And it should be like that. I mean, I've got them in the car, put them in the golf bag. My wife has some in her purse. And it's not just for you. See, that's the thing. Like, I mean, there's the Naloxone or Narcan. It's not just, well, I'm not addicted to fentanyl or heroin, and nor is any of my loved ones. Why do I need this? Well, what if, you know, somebody around you, it happens.
Accidents happen all the time.
You know, how crazy would it be, say, to have people in high school so we can create a new generation? They're trained on how to use it, like St. John's Ambulance and stuff.
You know, and always with society, though, you've got to have a cost benefit for, okay, how much money do we spend? And I'd say, like,
The kids are cheap.
I know, but high concentration areas. Like, for example, downtown Galt, they've got in Galt, they've got a big opiate problem downtown. So should businesses and places down there they should concentrate their efforts where they're going to do the most impact?
Well, any urban center. Like, I don't suggest going out to Port Rowan and training.
Yeah, or the suburbs, but downtown cores, yeah, absolutely.
Because they like the meth out there. They swing the opposite way. They like to get all hyped up. But no, in the urban centers where opiates present a problem,
yeah.
I mean, it's easy to identify where the problem areas are.
Yeah.
Why not blanket them?
I agree.
You know?
Yeah.
And just give out the kits, train people. Like I said, it takes 5 minutes to learn how to use it. And if everybody had one, I mean, geez, if they get out of 1,800 lives, if they could save 30%, I mean, wow, what a change.
Yeah.
It's only part of the solution. I guess the way I handle it, and the more I think about any societal problem, it really gets to me. It depresses the hell out of me.
Well, on that note,
but here's the thing.
On that, I gotta go, man.
Oh man,
you can't stop this.
You can only control your own actions.
This is a force of nature. Hey, everybody! Thanks so much for tuning in this week. Hope to see you again next week. I don't know after what I said on this show. Wink. But anyways, love that you could join us. Having a great crew here today. Thanks to all the tech people involved in putting the show on. And I love you, Mom. Bye-bye, everybody.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Queer people were usually not the ones at the forefront of crafting these narratives.
It's not about me, it's about what I represent.
What is this lesbian thing you speak of?
You can't put two men together. You can do that. Are they? Are they? They are!
People stood up and said, this show is meaningful to me and here's why.
This is Rogers TV. The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to Sex Talk with Kelly. I invite you to spend the next 30 minutes embracing your sexuality and exploring your edges. We've got an illuminating show for you today with Dr. Martin Dragon, clinical sexologist, and Joanne Flannery, also a clinical sexologist. Stick around, let's get this sexy show on the road. Welcome back. So we are here with Dr. Martin Dragon and Joanne Flannery, both clinical sexologists. So Sex Talk with Kelly is all about how to explore and embrace your sexuality. And for some people, it's hard to do that. It's hard to embrace their sexuality, even explore it, particularly if they're in a relationship with one or more persons. What are some of the strategies, the ideas that you guys often share with your clients around how to bring the topic of sex up with your partner or partners, especially if it's been a certain way for so long and then we're wanting to pivot or change? Mm-hmm. Where do you guys usually start?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a tough and difficult thing to want to bring up, right? A lot of people might have fear about, hey, I want to try something new, but then does that mean that my partner might think that they're not doing something right or something else? So a lot of the time it's like, how do we set the stage? Do you just, during breakfast, like, hey, by the way, let's do butt stuff later, may not be the best approach.
Right.
So it's one of those things where for a lot, it's like, hey, you know what, maybe after some sort of intimate encounter that they've had, like, hey, I really enjoy that, and I'd like to also maybe add some other components. So I think integrating it into already an intimate setting makes it a little easier to talk about, especially if, maybe they're winding down, just because, it's something the pressure is already off. So it kind of makes it a very approachable way that might work for some.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's when people might be feeling more open and connected too. So it's like a safer time.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's so funny because I usually tell people don't have that conversation like right before, during, or after a sex act. Yeah. But the only reason not to have it after is so that it doesn't seem like it's a critique or like it's critical of what just happened. So I think that is a good idea to do it right after when people are feeling close. Just so long as it doesn't come off like
a critique. Yeah,
a critique.
I mean, that's an important
hurtful,
point. Yeah. Because you don't want to say like, hey, that was great, but I give you 8 out of 10 on that, but then this was not great.
The dismount was.
Yeah, no. So it's one of those like, hey, how do you make it encouraging, right? More than anything. So I think that's a pretty important aspect to it. So caveat to the after discussion, like this was good, and not using, that was good, but that might take the discussion down a different path.
So trying to be encouraging and supportive and saying it in a way to add to their sex life, or to even just say like, I feel really close to you right now. I want to share something that's maybe been on my mind with you. Like, it sounds like that's an opportunity versus bringing it up at breakfast or saying good, but we could do better. So just being really delicate and courteous around how it could be received on the other end.
Yeah, even to the point where maybe it's one of those like, hey, I enjoy this, and there's something else I'd like to add. And I think owning it too, making sure that is something that you want, not like, oh, can you do things differently? Because then it makes it, it puts the pressure on the other person to then perform. And it's not about that. It's like, I want to feel something, and I've been curious to explore this sensation of this feeling or this sense of pleasure. And that really makes it a lot more like, oh, okay, so, this is something that we can both work towards together rather than me telling you what to do.
Yeah, I really like that. It's about taking accountability and ownership. And if you can step up and say, like, you know, I would really like to actually experience this or feel this, then you're almost giving your partner or partners permission to do the same as well, versus them maybe feeling defensive or reactive. Like you said earlier, maybe they feel like they're not doing enough or doing it right. Yeah.
It can even offer a way for them to also add their perspective, like, well, hey, that sounds great, or I'd like to help, and you know, maybe they can add some feedback, or they might have a way to help both of you get to that point too. So making it a dialogue and exchange, something that you're both working towards together, rather than saying, well, I want to do this, and I need you to be there with me and go about things this way. So, you know, there's a little bit of fine tuning that, you know, people might need to do, but it does offer a way to at least get that conversation started.
Get that conversation started. No, I think that's great. Would you add anything, Joe?
Of course. When would you add something? Yeah. And so I like to get people that are going to have the conversation into like a good state of mind before they have it. So I don't know if that means like going for a run, if you want to get some exercise in, so you're feeling good, you're feeling confident about something. Not that you need to feel like you can conquer the world, but it doesn't hurt to go into a conversation that could be hard, feeling good about yourself. And even if your partner can be in a similar position, often I bring it up when people have coffee, like on a Saturday or a Sunday or something, and I wonder if that's because coffee like gets you going, it gets you excited, and it gets you feeling confident. You know, like, yeah, we can try that. So that might be a good dose of coffee in there. And I think otherwise, Dragon got it.
Yeah.
Pretty good. What about you?
No, I think you're both touching on something that's important. It's about trying to find the time that works best for you and the other people involved, where you're both feeling, whether you want to feel close in that moment in order to have the conversation, or you want to feel confident in that moment to have the conversation. But it does sound like being in the right frame of mind to have a more vulnerable, uncomfortable conversation, as long as that both people are committed to hearing each other and really listening to understand, and then trying to evolve and keep the conversation going throughout the relationship, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, ongoing. Yeah, it should be something sex should be revisited and renegotiated as frequently as people want to.
Yeah.
You're telling me you don't like set up a contract at the start and then for all of eternity that's the way it is?
I think that's what people think marriage is. Here we go.
Yeah, you're both like, people change and evolve, and your sex life will change and evolve, interests will change and evolve.
And it's subtle shifts too, so being able to revisit it, you know, a partner might not realize, like, oh wow, I didn't know that was something that had, you know, changed, or it was different for you now.
Right.
It's not like it just happened suddenly. It was an insidious kind of just sort of like, a small little subtle change that's now become a bit of an impact.
Yeah, and taste can change and sensations can change.
Erogenous zones can change.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of change. Well, speaking of change, we are going to change segments. So please stick around and we will be back for more with Joe and Martin.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
We're here for you and your wife.
Don't take them!
Valentina, Lucia, Beto, Emilio, I'm sorry.
We have no other family here. Besides my parents, it's just me.
Being a musician, can't afford that right now.
I don't want to be like Mommy and Papi.
Neither do I.
You have to be strong.
Are these children being parented?
I'll take care of things.
They're gonna split us up.
No one is going to split us up.
Party of Five. New series Wednesdays at 10 on ABC Spark and W.
Whether it's in the kitchen.
Bibimbap.
Bibimbap.
There you go.
I love it. Or at the table.
Let's get rid of all of those cards. Keep two.
Natasha McKenty serves up fun and interesting conversation.
It can really position you as an expert in your particular niche or industry.
Get details about upcoming events, the how-to on a new recipe, or discover a local author. In studio,
it's pink.
Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
Sometimes it's hard to say goodbye to an old friend. But when you're saying farewell to your vehicle, Kidney Car makes it fast and easy. Just call or visit our website. We'll take any vehicle in any condition and give you a tax receipt for a minimum of $300. No headaches and no towing charges. It's the one-stop solution for getting rid of your unwanted vehicle in just a few short minutes. When your vehicles reach the end of the road, call us toll-free or visit kidneycar.ca.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Sex Talk with Kelly. I am joined by Dr. Martin Dragan and Joanne Flannery, both clinical sexologists. So we got this party started by talking about how to bring up sex and sexuality within a relationship and how to talk about sex, right? And how to introduce new ideas, wants and needs and desires into the relationship. So I thought all of that was awesome. But then on the break, we started talking about, well, what happens if someone's not interested in something, or if someone presents something and then the other person's like, no, actually, like that doesn't do it for me, or I'm not interested in doing that. So talking about how to say no and how to navigate that within the relationship.
Yeah. Or like a maybe, you know, yes, no, maybe. So instead of a hard no, but maybe, let me do some reading on that. Let me find some more resources on that.
Learn more about it.
Yeah, because I think it's important that one person doesn't push it on the other, like, okay, we have to do this, or this is how we're supposed to do it, or we need to do it this way.
Yeah,
and I think
we're married, so you need to do it with me like this because that's what our contract is. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please carry on.
But a good point, yes.
Thank you.
And it goes into that whole idea of, well, all right, that sounds interesting, but maybe we can do it this way. Or being able to say, well, not right now, or I just want to learn a little bit more about it.
Right.
And, you know, it could be again, it has to be that sort of dialogue too, right? Like it can't be let me read just these particular sources, like the ones that I just give you that happen to mention all the good positive things that I want you to see. That's not fair either.
Right.
That's borderline coercive.
Right.
So it's really important that, you know, a no is, okay, right now, that's not yet. That's a no. That's a set boundary. So don't force it or the issue any more than it has to get past this point. Let me try to learn more about it. But making that learning process integrated for both, so that you can both explore what that means. Because one person might have an idea of how things are when they start. But as they learn, as they explore it too, it's like, oh, actually, it could encompass a lot more than what I initially thought.
Right.
And that could be, oh, okay, really exciting, or it could be, oh, that's not quite what I was expecting either.
Right.
So just making sure that, you know, you're both, if it's a partnership that we're talking about, that you're both sort of learning and setting the kind of ground rules and what's what together, rather than one person coming and saying, well, here, let's do this, and I want to do this, and the other person has to go say, no, I don't want to.
Right. Yeah. And if someone were going to say no, I could see it going better if they were to say something like, I understand what you're saying, and you want to try anal sex, because Dragan's been bringing that one up. If you want to try anal sex, it's just, you know, I love you and I really want to be close to you, and I want to do like fun sex stuff with you, but I think that one is just, it's not something I've ever been interested in. But it doesn't mean that I don't want to do other sex stuff with you and have a great time in the bedroom, but that's just a no for me. And so kind of like reminding them that you love them, that you're attracted to them, that you want to do other, you know, let's pick something else, who knows, to talk about, but probably not that specific sex act.
Right.
Yeah.
That sounds like a healthy dialogue.
Yeah, or even trying to understand, well, okay, what about that particular sense of pleasure that you get out of that? Like what makes it so appealing to you? Is it like a certain sensation? Is there a certain setting or something about it? So maybe we can't do things that certain way that you're expecting, but maybe we can explore those sensations slightly differently. So rather than saying like, oh, we have to have, I don't know, sex on the beach or sex outdoors, well, you know, that's going to be tough. Sand gets everywhere or whatever else. And if we're going to do something outside, well, maybe we can kind of just make something a little bit different. Maybe there's some other compromise because I'm not comfortable going all the way with that particular activity, but maybe there's elements that we can incorporate from that into something else.
Right.
If your sense of adventure or that sense of excitement is really important to you, maybe there's something else that really speaks to that as well.
Yeah,
get creative.
Yeah, exactly. And I really love how both of you keep talking about how to go back and forth and to navigate this conversation. And so one thing that's coming up for me as you're both sharing is that to check your defenses or your discomfort when you engage in these dialogues. And because if your partner or partners are saying something that maybe might feel off-putting to you or might be hard to hear or even like, oh, like I wasn't expecting to hear that, try not to go into that old construct or belief that's around that and engage in dialogue where it's seeking to understand what does this mean for them, how might this feel for them, why is this exciting for them. So it doesn't mean that you necessarily their experience with it or what they're trying to convey might not be what your initial reaction is. So trying to have that back and forth dialogue, I think that you're both like hitting on that. So again, if you feel a reaction, try to take a few deep breaths and then ask more curious questions.
And then sit with, so take a couple of deep breaths. I thought that was really good, and speak with your partner, but also why are you having that reaction is something that you can look at too. What is it bringing up for you? What does it remind you of? What's going on for you? And so I think it would be a consensus that your sexual relationship is most important with yourself. I mean, if you're having a conversation with your partner and they say that they don't want to do something sexual with you, you have yourself to fall back on. So you want to keep that relationship flourishing. So keep checking in with yourself. You might as well gain more information while you're having this difficult conversation about what's coming up for you.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and sometimes people might react a bit, especially if it's something like really new or just unexpected. Someone might see that reaction in their partner of like, whoa, what? And that sense of surprise and that, and don't take it personally like, oh, crap, I said something that's now upset them. You have to really consider that, okay, this is something that is new. They might need a little bit of time and a little bit of context to understand where is this coming from. Right. So for people to sort of get that reaction or see that reaction, they might get defensive, and that's not a great place to go to when you immediately start getting defensive and like, no, that's not what I meant, and I was just joking.
Jokes.
Jokes.
So it's important to, like you say, and we've been talking to have that dialogue to make sure, like, well, hey, here's what I was thinking and here's why. That context becomes important.
Yeah, I agree. So I want to keep this conversation going, speaking of that, but we got to take a quick break, so stick around and we'll be back for more with Joe and Martin.
When I get up in the morning, the first thing I do is put on my yarn.
Jaylen's been able to have the prosthetics and have the support that she needs because of the people who donate to the War Amps.
My arm helps me to pick flowers.
She can do things on her own. She doesn't need someone else to do it for her.
I love all the pretty colors of flowers, but yellow's my favorite color.
Hi, I'm Gordon McLean, host of Get to the Point, the one political talk show that guarantees you wit, intelligence, and honesty. Wednesday nights at 9, right here on Rogers TV.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On November 23, 2019 at approximately 7:15 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police received a report of a collision in the area of Union Boulevard in Kitchener. A dark-colored four-door sedan with a modified spoiler was traveling west on Union Boulevard and was making a left turn onto Beaumont Avenue West when the vehicle struck a female pedestrian crossing the street on the crosswalk. The vehicle fled the area on a high rate of speed. The victim was transported to the hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers in one of three convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at p3tips.com.
The following program contains a topic which may not be suitable for young viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to the show. We are I'm honored that Dr. Martin Dragan is
honored
here.
Too.
I'm honored.
Yeah, there's a lot of honor going on.
Okay, I love partying with fellow sexologists. Like, it's so much fun. I just have to say that. Like, it's been a wonderful experience spending time with you guys.
Thank you.
On the break, we've been delving into a little bit of sexual development and how fantasy is natural and healthy. So, Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about why you feel like fantasy can be a healthy outlet for eroticism and sexuality?
Sure. Yeah, sure. When we were talking about kind of like bringing a sex act to your partner that you want to try, and I was thinking about what might be going on for the person who's presenting this new sex act, if they have some sort of fantasy that they're finally sharing or some sort of new fantasy that they want to put it on the table. And so fantasies are totally normal, and they can be as outrageous as you want them to be or as they are, and that's all fine. That's all in your mind. And when you have fantasies, you can either share them with people if you want, or you don't have to. And sometimes when you share them, it's good to say if it's something that you want to act on or something that not necessarily, that is just a fantasy that you wanted to share. And also, I was thinking about how our sexuality develops even when we're pre-verbal, so we don't even have words to talk about it. It's really deeply ingrained in us, and just so people don't feel ashamed when something comes up for them, that if they are having a conversation with their partner and they do start to feel ashamed, or they do start to feel like something is coming up that doesn't feel so good, please just be really delicate with yourself, because this could be the first time that you're, unearthing this type of thought. And you're a very valuable, delicate being. So let's all take care of ourselves here.
Yeah, no, I think you're hitting on some good points too, though, because sometimes when I'm working with partners or partnerships, that bringing in the energy of a third can be really helpful to ignite desire, eroticism, throughout a relationship, just that sexual energy and that vitality and life force within the relationship. Because again, how can you desire something that you already have? So even just by saying I had this thought and sharing that's bringing a different energy into the relationship that can be really exciting or uplifting even.
Are you talking about a third person?
Just like a third, it could be a
entity. Okay.
Right, exactly. It could be a person, a thought, a book, cool. Just using something, a show like Sex Talk with Kelly. You can use that to talk about sex. Exactly, just using something else to ignite anything within the relationship, really. Do you do that in your practice too sometimes?
Yeah, not everything is going to be somehow ingrained and in tune. You don't know everything about yourself. You need to explore that, and exploration means going beyond a certain level and kind of learning and being exposed to new things. And fantasies are kind of a fun way to do that, especially if you feel a sense of freedom and wanting to explore new ideas. And fantasies can be grounded in reality, so to speak. They could be like, hey, this person I think about, that part of my fantasies, or it could be something completely, weird, like having, sex with Chewbacca or something, which, fictional character that you've thought about in space and zero gravity may not be feasible for everyone. So
is that the fuzzy guy?
Yeah, the fuzzy guy.
So
dog's
name. Chewy.
But how do you incorporate something like that? It's not in any way applicable. It's not a realistic fantasy, but there might be some aspect that you, enjoy from it, that sense of
creativity.
Or maybe you're thinking about texture and hair or something else. So maybe it's really about the texture that you're interested in, or that sensation. So a lot of it might not necessarily be about, I need you to dress up this way and perform according to the fantasy I have in my mind, but there's this one really neat or interesting aspect that I want to explore. So maybe there's a way that we can find that aspect that we can kind of explore together.
Yeah. You talk about the fantasy during sex, right? Or does Chewbacca have a voice? You could do the Chewbacca voice. I haven't seen Star Wars.
It'll growl.
You were gonna do it. Yeah, totally.
But it is a good way. Fantasy is a healthy way to, expand your sexual repertoire within the relationship without maybe crossing boundaries and things like that. However, in some relationships, even fantasizing about certain things might cross boundaries. However, it can be a really safe way to be in the comfort of your own bed with one another or own home with one another, where you are exploring different things and even just seeing how it makes you feel without even trying it out even even if you wanted to.
Yeah. I think it's important to mention too that not all fantasies are positive and lovely. Sometimes we do have thoughts or ideas about things that might make us feel uncomfortable.
Right. I think rape fantasies are some of the most common fantasies, are they?
Yeah, biastophilia. Yeah, so it's that that whole element that some people feel really uncomfortable because there's a social stigma associated with that. So you feel somewhat like, oh no, I shouldn't be having these thoughts. But that's the thing, they're just thoughts. I mean, this is part of your mind trying to make sense of the world and trying to get all these sensations that you have and try to make sense of them and everything else. So it can seem a bit jarring for some people to have these thoughts that they don't necessarily want, but it's there, and it's just your mind trying to really evaluate what's going on. So we shouldn't judge ourselves as being like, oh, I need to have this or fantasy, or this is telling me something deeper about myself. It doesn't necessarily have to be anything like that. It's just you trying to make sense of certain thoughts and feelings.
So I think you're trying to normalize it, that everyone has thoughts and feelings and fantasies, and if some of them might feel jarring or interesting, just try to approach it with curiosity more than anything
rather
else.
than judgment.
Rather than judgment. Thank you for clarifying. That's good. Well, thank you both so much for being here. Just because we're out of time doesn't mean the show has to end here. If you want to explore and continue exploring and embracing your sexuality, please visit sexologyinternational.com. And if you're interested in sex therapy, please visit blisscounseling.ca or get in touch with Dr. Martin Dragan. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm wishing you a very sexy night.
You use them when you call them by their chosen names and by using their proper pronouns.
Right.
And that's a really good, easy example. And also, I understand, like, for parents and stuff, that can be difficult. But at the end of the day, giving someone the respect that they need to not feel vulnerable costs you $0.
Right.
So it's important if you...
That's a really great place to start. It's just by calling someone by their names, using the proper pronouns, and then when someone brings something to you, do the work. Even if you don't know, like, 'cause if you're conditioned or taught a way to be, you can unlearn all of those things and unpack that.
Yeah, and the thing is too, is like, everybody's human and everyone is evolving in some way or another, whether it's learning how to be more inclusive or just your own personal emotional work.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Go for a ride.
Awesome! You're going to step up.
Your career is too important to just leave to chance. In order to move it to where you want to go, it's going to take some big decisions and some leaps of faith. Allow Rogers TV and the C-Suite to help you navigate your career to where you want to go. We will be sharing career tips, tricks, and ideas and experts that will help you to understand what it is that you want and how to get there. So at the end of the day, you are landing in your C or choice suite.
Our ancestors came here from France to build a better life. We lived here happily for generations. Until the British decided they wanted our land. The men were called to a meeting and then imprisoned. They demanded we swear an oath to their king and took everything, regardless. We were forced from Acadie, the only home we knew. Mon Acadie n'existera plus.
From 1755 to 1763, over 10,000 Acadians were ripped from their homeland. Despite this, Acadian culture endures in Atlantic Canada.
Constable Daryl Paquette, Police Coordinator for Waterloo Regional Crime Stoppers. Crime Stoppers are looking for your information to help identify and arrest the person responsible for this hit and run. On Thursday, November 21st, 2019, at approximately 3:40 p.m., Waterloo Regional Police responded to a report of a pedestrian struck on Cedar Brae Avenue and Sunnydale Place in Waterloo. A school crossing guard was assisting students crossing the road when she was struck by a pickup truck. The pickup truck fled the area without stopping. The 55-year-old crossing guard was transported to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Crime Stoppers will pay a cash reward for any information leading to an arrest in this incident or any other serious crime. You won't be asked to identify yourself or testify in court. Leave a tip with Crime Stoppers is one of 3 convenient ways. Toll-free number of 1-800-222-TIPS, a secure anonymous tip online at waterloocrimestoppers.ca, or by mobile phone at www.p3tips.com.
This is Rogers TV.
If you were to ask most gamers what the very first Nintendo console is, a whole bunch of people would say the NES. And some smartasses would say the Famicom, being that it came out before the NES, but they'd both be wrong. You see, Nintendo didn't just start off making really cool original Nintendo video game systems, they came out at the very start with a clone system of a Pong console. And that system is called the Color TV Game 6, and it was released in 1977. As soon as I brought this system home, I quickly discovered that I wasn't able to run this system on a couple of my monitors. And the reason was that in Japan, they used a specific channel to play this game console on that we don't actually have in North America. In fact, all the recording hardware I have to record all of our modern video game systems do not work with this box. So what I ended up having to do is I took it to the Personal Computer Museum in Brantford, Ontario, run by Sid Bolton, who helped me to capture this stuff by plugging this up to a certain VCR that could go to a high channel like 80 or 90, and from there we outputted that signal to a box to capture all the footage. As crazy as that is, it does work, and although there is some ghosting, you do see this on the original box itself when playing out on any of our TVs. So the signal you're seeing here, this image here, is the highest quality signal I could possibly grab from this system. And even though it doesn't look the greatest, it's still pretty cool. The number 6 in the title of the Color TV Game 6 is a reference to the 6 different games you can actually play on this system, which isn't really that descriptive because even though it says it's got soccer, hockey, and tennis, they're all just Pong. 6 variations of Pong. You got a different color scheme in between each and every game, and you have the option to have smaller paddles or bigger paddles or even more than one paddle. Now there are kind of really neat things that happen in this where you can have these kind of little strange walls in between that act as little deflectors for the ball, and that can be really fun and interesting. But at the end of the day, what you're looking at here is essentially just a big old Pong clone system. And even though it does say 6, there's actually like a hidden 7th mode if you just move the dial in between 2 different game modes and unlocks this negative world thing, but it still doesn't do much. It's just like a different color scheme and it doesn't really change the game at all. By altering the options, you can have a bunch of different variations of playing Pong, which is really fun, but at the end of the day, it's just Pong. You're not gonna find some hidden Zelda game on here, hidden Mario game. You're looking at something that's very basic and very bare bones. And despite the fact that Nintendo's name is on this thing, remember, this is their very first foray into the video game console market. So what you're looking at here doesn't have any of the really amazing Nintendo properties or really cool Nintendo ideas you would get in future systems. This is essentially a ripoff, and that's what it is. Now I know because the system has the Nintendo name on it, you're probably assuming that this is probably the best Pong system ever made. Well, it's not. It's really, really not. Sure, it's got a couple of different game boards and variations in colors on the Pong game itself, but the dials suck. And when you're looking at something as simple as a Pong game, the dials kind of have to be a lot better. You see, in other Pong systems that were made around the same time, the dials themselves were analog inputs, and they usually had some end to the way that they moved, or maybe some weight to them. And you know, games like Arkanoid existed that also had that little dial, and those dials work really well because they allow you to move left and right with a little bit of weight and a little bit of momentum. But with this, you don't have that. As soon as you turn left or right on the dial, your little board just moves up and down in one speed, which makes it really difficult for you to hit a ball when it's going to the top corner and the speed of your paddle doesn't move fast enough. It's really unfortunate, and I would love to say that Nintendo came up with some amazing ideas when it came to Pong, but they didn't. This here cries and screams as being a ripoff of other better systems, and it's funny to think that Nintendo came from this. Now I know just by looking at this thing, you're probably assuming that this is just a really aged machine that has all this really bad coloration from the years, but believe it or not, this is the original color of the system. See, back in the 1970s, Nintendo probably could have easily done a system that was wood-grained or bright red, which they ended up doing a couple years later with this exact same model, but what you're looking at here is the original color. It's kind of a toasted cream, toasted yellow type thing, which is gross looking, but that's the color they went with. It was only a couple years afterwards that they started experimenting with different colors on their console, but the very first model, the one you're seeing here, is what all of the systems originally looked like. The overall design of the Color TV Game 6 shell is very basic, and while the color isn't all that nice, it does work for what it needs to be. Even though I can't read Japanese, I can see what these games are supposed to be whenever I switch the dials, and there is a nice little power switch right on the top there that's easy to use. And instead of using a power light, as soon as you flick the dial, there's just a red little piece of sticker underneath just to tell you that it's on. So it's basic, but it does get the job done. The game was originally sold for 9,800 yen back in the good old 70s, and it came in this box. Now, while the system itself is pretty much that color, this box would have actually been a little bit more whiter, and the box itself has aged dramatically with a lot of wrecks and stuff on it. However, when you're trying to collect these things, you probably want the box. It came with a manual that told you how to plug everything in and all that fun stuff, but what's really cool about the system is that it runs off batteries. Did I say cool? Because I mean, that's a nightmare. I can't believe it runs off batteries, but a lot of the systems at this time were considered plug-and-play devices, and having a whole power adapter with the machine probably would have been a lot more expensive. So running off those big old batteries it does, and it works pretty well. Now, while most people can find color TV game systems online, I kinda got lucky. I was at a video game store in Pennsylvania called Classic Game Junkie, and they just had it at the bottom of the shelf behind some glass. I didn't think anything of it, but when I saw it, I knew I had to buy it. And not because it was a really good Pong system, because it's not, but because this is the very first Nintendo system ever made. You gotta think of it this way. Before this system, Nintendo had never ventured into making video game consoles for the home market. When this system was introduced, when they created this, it gave them ideas that would eventually result in the Famicom and in the NES. This system is the introduction of Nintendo into the home market, and that is revolutionary. Without this thing, we wouldn't have those amazing systems and games we have now. In fact, Nintendo may have just stayed as a toy company. At this point in time, Nintendo had no idea what they were about to get into, and the Color TV Game 6 is essentially the system that created the future for Nintendo, and that's really awesome.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
What kind of topsy-turvy place is this?
So different. Pugsley, don't drink it all. This gentleman wants some too. My sister is gone. She picked up the boy. He's from Berkeley.
We're gonna go get her. We ride it on.
Start talking.
You first. Who my name's Tallahassee.
It isn't the heavy trays that make the job difficult, or the fast pace you need to keep up. It's not working another double because someone called in sick. What makes the job tough is the moment you realize a customer has had enough and you have to make that decision not to overserve. Refusing service isn't personal, it's the law. We know it's not easy, but we're counting on you to keep us all safe. Thank you, servers, for doing the tough job.
Candid talk.
I don't believe in retirement, so I do not believe in retirement as far as doing less. Yes.
With local entrepreneurs and small business experts.
I believe in jumping, and boy, did I jump.
People that come have never painted since finger painting in kindergarten.
How do you know who to listen to and which ideas to take? Because you can't do it all.
Join Linda Ockwell-Jenner and Steve Bentley for The Small Business Show. The Small Business Show, Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. on Rogers TV.
I've got a box filled with a whole bunch of games I never play, Atari 2600 titles, and I know a lot of you out there probably have the exact same box sitting somewhere in some kind of like closet or in your basement or something, and I get it. Those games are old and they're not that great to play, and in some cases they're not as easy to play as they used to be. But does this new system from Hyperkin, the Retron 77, improve the ability to play these retro games, or does it just kind of exist and there's no reason for it at all? Well, let's dive into it.
The Atari 2600 is the grandfather of video game systems, arriving on store shelves all the way back in 1977. The majority of accessories and video games released for the platform all came out over 3 decades ago. That means that you're dealing with a lot of old hardware that in many cases doesn't work as well as it used to. But for many gamers out there that want to play original Atari 2600 games on the original system, what holds them back is the way that it connects to modern televisions. And that's exactly what the Retron 77 aims to remedy. It's not attempting to be an emulation box where you steal ROMs from online and try and play them emulated on your TV. This is taking the original Atari 2600 cartridges and giving you the ability to play them in high definition. I know exactly what you're thinking right now. What's the point of playing these games in high definition? I mean, look at them. Did you really need to be playing this in 720p? Well, maybe and maybe not. I believe that these games look better in high definition than they ever did playing off the original hardware utilizing the old connectivity methods that we used to use in the past. And the reason is, well, the image was just a lot less clean. Sometimes you get artifacts and just blurry images that didn't represent what these games were capable of. So if you really wanted to see exactly how good they can possibly be, this might be the only way to do it, utilizing the original cartridges themselves. But before we take a look at the games, let's first take a look at the hardware itself. Now, Hyperkin has done a really great job with the Retron 77 console. It's got a pretty heavy weight to it, which is not typical for consoles like this. Usually they tend to be a little bit on the lighter side. And something else that you'll find is that this system has a lot of buttons and a lot of switches. And that's kind of important, because the original system itself, the Atari 2600, typically had game options that were accessible at the front of the system. But there are a couple of options here that you wouldn't find on a real Atari 2600. On the front you'll find a save and a load button allowing you to save and load states at will while playing any of the games, and on the back you'll find a 4x3 and 16x9 button. Now, all the footage we recorded was done with the 4x3 option because that's how all the games were originally designed. But you'll also find a fry button. What does the fry button do? Well, it basically just jumbles up the code and does stuff like this. Sometimes you'll find that a game is playable, and sometimes it won't be, so that's just for fun, I guess. The console only has one method for video output, and that's through HDMI. The signal you're going to get out of this is a 720p signal at 60 frames per second. There is no way to change that or modify it at all. And another thing you'll find is a micro SD card slot. Now, initially when you get the system, you can power it on and you can play some homebrew games that are built into the console. But if you like, you can take out that micro SD card and switch out for a couple of other games if you happen to have the ROMs on you. Unfortunately though, you can't make a large library because there's no way to organize them by folder, meaning that you can only preload a handful of games on the micro SD card. The way that Hyperkin got games to run on the Retron 77 is the same way that they got games to run on the Retron 5, which is another system they designed that we took a look at a long time ago. Basically what's happening is when you put a cartridge in, it takes all the information from that game out of the cartridge and turns it into a ROM file that gets saved for a little bit onto the system itself. Then when it starts up, it's being emulated through software. And the software that they're using is Stella, a very well-known emulator that's available online for free. But one of the things that makes Stella so great is all the little features that you can change to modify the look of your game. And unfortunately with the Retron 77, it doesn't appear that any of those features are there at all. Now while there is custom firmware that's being developed by fans at AtariAge.com and places like that, well, that isn't built in with the system. And to be honest, I just don't think it matters that much. If you really wanted to emulate a bunch of Atari games, you could probably do it better by just getting a pretty cheap computer to run those things, right? Getting this system is realistically just to run cartridges and to use the original accessories. If you're going to do anything other than that, you could probably do it a lot cheaper in a variety of different ways. And believe me, most of the time, it might just be easier and better to emulate. If you take a look at the controller that comes bundled with this system, it's not really a bad controller or anything, but it's mimicking what the original Atari joystick was like. And there's not a lot of play in it, and it's not really the best controller in the world, honestly, but it does play the games. If you were to go back and try any of the original Atari accessories plugged up to this thing, and many of them do work, you'll find that those controllers have aged so drastically that they simply don't work as well as they used to when they were new. You gotta remember that not only are some of these original controllers decades old, but they just don't work as well as they used to from years and years of play. And when it comes to the Atari games I bought, well, unfortunately, I never bought any brand new Atari game. I always got them used. So what I have are games that may or may not work. And although sometimes they work fine on the Atari 2600, I found that once in a while, they didn't work on the Retron 77. And this could be for a variety of reasons. And that's not even taking into consideration the problems you might have if the cartridge just isn't read properly and creates some visual artifacts on the screen. But when they do work, they work really, really well. I went through a ton of games, just playing them one after another and kind of experiencing what it was like to see these games, I imagine, back when they were new. And look, even back then, the connectivity method I talked about didn't give you a clean image. Even with those older TVs, it just wouldn't be the same. But what you're getting here is a much higher quality image that has absolutely no artifacts whatsoever as long as the cartridge was read. So if you look at Street Racer or Yar's Revenge, Star Raiders, Missile Command, anything like that, you're gonna get this crisp, clean image that is actually really cool. And I know people out there like to say that Atari games are not really that fun, but I don't agree. While it is true that many of the games you can find on the system are originally arcade releases that had better graphics and in some cases better controls, bringing them down and simplifying them to this design means that you get a different experience that you're unlikely ever going to find anywhere else. So I think that's what makes the Retron 77 so special. It's kind of a historical walk back for a lot of gamers of the modern day to go and see what games used to be like pretty much at the dawn of time. And I think that's what makes this so cool. But I know a lot of gamers out there are just not going to like this any way you cut it, and for them, I really wouldn't recommend it. This doesn't make Atari 2600 games any better than they were in the past, it just makes them easier to look at and easier to play on your modern television. Well, Hyperkin, you did a pretty good job. I wasn't expecting it either because honestly, they're Atari games. The chances of them running well nowadays is pretty minor, but if you have a cartridge that does happen to work, you will get some good gameplay out of this. But Atari did also recently release a flashback collection that has 150 games in it, so maybe you just get that instead.
My name is Tessa Jennison, and I'm the Trek Director for Waterloo Region Crossing. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek, a cross-regional winter journey that takes you from Cambridge all the way to West Montrose. The Crossing Trek aims to raise awareness about the risks of winter exposure for homeless citizens. It's a fundraiser for the Working Center, and every single dollar we raise goes to construct new affordable housing in the region. There are 3 different distance options: 10 kilometers, 28 kilometers, or 65 kilometers. Join us on February 8th for the Crossing Trek.
Ghost in the Shell is a multimedia phenom of dense near-future sci-fi stuff. Machined in 1989 by Shiro Masamune, the series' designs, characters, stories, and ideas has coded inspiration into colossal chunks of the entertainment that we've enjoyed for decades. The 1995 animated film alone has been cited as muse to filmmakers like James Cameron and the Wachowskis. With a series this compelling, there's gotta be a great game just dripping from its shining, influential body, right? Well, part of the folks responsible for the PlayStation 1 cult classic Jumping Flash were tasked with the series' first home console outing. Could a video game do justice to the cornucopia of future tech and philosophy that made Shiro Masamune's work so fascinating? Well, today we're gonna find that out. Released in 1997 on the Sony PlayStation, this is Ghost in the Shell. Ghost in the Shell is a third-person shooter set in Shiro Masamune's fictional 21st century Japan. In it, you experience being part of the quintessential Ghost in the Shell team, Public Security Section 9. Led by the Cyborg series protagonist Major Motoko Kusanagi, Section 9 is a counter-cyber terrorist organization. In the game, you play as the Rookie, the newest recruit to Section 9. The game's unfolding story acts as a kind of job efficiency proving ground for your character. It's up to Section 9 and you, the Rookie, to untangle the details of this new threat and find a way to stop these cyber aggressors. So how do you go about taking down cyber terrorists and their near endless mechanized armies? Well, with an adorable spider-like mech, that's how. This is a Fuchi Koma. It's a 6-limb mech that packs a good dollop of firepower, a bit of AI, and is insanely mobile. But more on that later. Ghost in the Shell's plot is basically delivered in two notable ways. Through mission intro sequences that emulate the digital map display from the Ghost in the Shell animated film, and through a bunch of awesome animated segments. The animated bits are fantastically well done. They're more akin to the visual style introduced in the original manga series, and are unlocked as you progress through the game's 12 levels and training sections. Interestingly, most of the English dub voice cast from the 1995 animated film returned to voice their characters in this game. So even though the game isn't technically supposed to be linked to the film, it still kind of feels like a side story piece, which is pretty cool. The story basically bookends each level, and its twists and admirable narrative depth juxtapose the real meat of the game in a great way, because when it comes down to gameplay, get this, Ghost in the Shell is a turn-off-your-brain, dash-and-shoot action game, and let me tell ya, it is freaking wonderful. Remember the Fuchi Koma, those adorable looking spider tanks with all that character? Well, you, the Rookie, control one. And no joke, this may be one of the greatest vehicles in a first-gen PlayStation game. I mean, this thing is an action game godsend. It spurts rapid-fire barrages of bullets, it locks onto enemies with heat-seeking rockets, it lobs grenades, and it glides. Oh man, it glides. Not only is the Fuchi Koma capable of strafing left and right, boosting forwards and backwards, but this amazing little Swiss Army arachnid has the ability to do all of this on walls and on ceilings. This kind of mobility was pretty impressive back in 1997, and it's implemented wonderfully because it still feels great decades later. Now, I want to elaborate on the controls just a little because I think it's important. Exact, the developer of Ghost in the Shell, took a creative approach to manipulating the Fuchi Koma's actions. You see, the game was created before the first PlayStation DualShock controllers were released. Why is that important? Well, that means the absence of analog control sticks to control your mech. The original PlayStation controller only had a D-pad, so the developers took a cool approach to the controls. The bumper buttons allow you to strafe right and left. Holding down a set of bumpers and pressing forward on the D-pad allows you to glide forward. The opposite on the D-pad allows you to glide backwards. By making use of your bumpers and D-pad, you get relatively smooth movement from your Fuchi Koma. It's kind of like having the flow of an analog stick while keeping the precision of a D-pad. It does take a bit of getting used to, but when it clicks, it feels incredibly intuitive to move around. As intricate as movement control can be, Exact took a more minimalistic approach to combat in the game, allowing your Fuchi Koma to lock on to nearby enemies when firing a standard attack. Holding down your standard attack allows you to lock onto enemies and build up a pile of Seeker missiles that are launched on release. All of this makes targeting enemies while flowing through levels simple and satisfying. Yes, the Fuchikoma is the perfect vehicle, pun intended, for an action game. And the developers knew this. Many of Ghost in the Shell's levels offer environments that are not only made with the Fuchikoma's multi-angled functionality in mind, but are made to be legitimately fun to whisk the little spider tank through. One moment, you're tip-tapping up and down skyscrapers in the big city. The next, you're skating through sewers or threading your way through streets in an awesome chase sequence. The levels in Ghost in the Shell offer an incredible amount of variety, not just in traversal possibilities, but in mission objectives as well. Yes, like I kind of alluded to earlier, this is a you see it, you shoot it kind of action game. But there are also timed missions for bomb disposal, a surfing mission where you skip along the water, strafe around enemies and obstacles, and even a catch me if you can sequence featuring thermoptic camouflage that plays homage to one of the greatest scenes in the original Ghost in the Shell animated film. Look, what I'm trying to say here is every level of Ghost in the Shell is a little different, and they're all genuinely fun. Accompanying this myriad of fast, fun, action-packed stages is just about the perfect undercoating of pulsating 90s techno. Ghost in the Shell's soundtrack consists of tracks from several different techno artists, and well, it's just about the best thing to be listening to while you swish around the world in an omni-traversal kill spider. So we got the gist of it. Ghost in the Shell does a good job of telling a decent story, it plays well, it offers the player a fair amount of variety, and the soundtrack sounds pretty great too. But is it really a game that deserves to be played today? Let's talk about that. Despite being prominently featured on the cover of official US PlayStation Magazine's inaugural issue, Ghost in the Shell didn't find much of an audience in North America. In fact, the title only sold around 60,000 copies here. Now, was it because the game wasn't directly connected to the animated feature film? Was it because Ghost in the Shell as a brand didn't pull in '97? Look, I'm not sure, but I know this. Ghost in the Shell is arcadey junk food with a shiny sci-fi action plot wrapper, and it just works. The game is a sweet glob of twitchy shooting entertainment. It refreshingly pulls away from much of the series' philosophical, political, and future tech heavy webbing, leaving a minute or two of short, well-executed exposition to glue together its levels. To put it simply, Ghost in the Shell puts an interesting all-terrain mech at your disposal. Says go, move, shoot, have fun, take a breather every now and then, have an hors d'oeuvre of well-executed story. Okay, done? Get right back into the action. And the game certainly doesn't overstay its welcome either. The main campaign clocks in at just a few hours, and you know what? That's all it needs to be. It's akin to your favorite action games from the 8 and 16-bit era in that it makes you come back to the game not because it's artificially padded, but because the game is really fun to play and to replay. Kind of like rewatching a really great popcorn flick. You start the journey and you just kind of lose yourself in it. It's the same here. Now, we all know that no game is without flaw, and yes, Ghost in the Shell isn't perfect. Yes, combat really does feel very good in this game, but most enemies can be taken down by circle strafe firing. This goes for several of the game's bosses as well, which makes things feel a bit on the easy side. And on the topic of bosses, there are a couple that are frustrating to take down, not because they're challenging per se, but because the game doesn't properly convey how to defeat them in your first encounter. Other than those little blemishes and maybe a minor gripe with a lack of checkpoints, there isn't too much else that I feel hampers what is otherwise an awesome experience here. Ghost in the Shell features amazing gameplay with its unique hex-limbed vehicle. Its levels are varied and exciting with a backdrop of awesome pumping techno that keeps you pushing through each enemy onslaught. The story beats are unobtrusive, keeping the general feel of the source material without a bunch of newcomer baggage. And the short animated sequences are beautiful, a complete joy to watch, and a wonderful unlockable treat for players. Like a wavy ride on a Fuchikoma, it travels in all the right places, locks onto its objective of having a good time without many mental gymnastics. Click. Mission accomplished. Ghost in the Shell is, in my opinion, one of the best action games ever released for the original Sony PlayStation, and it is without a doubt a member of the Game Club.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.